Do, 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 do. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Wah. Eh. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da.
Time was on my side when I was running down the street. It was the fine, fine, fine. Suitcase and an old guitar and something new to occupy my mind, my mind. You see, we're born to be alive. Born to be alive. You see, we're born. You see, we're born to be alive. Born to be alive. You see, we're born to be alive. You see, we're born to be alive. You see, we're born to be alive. Born to be alive. Yes, you were born. Born.
All right, everybody, it's the holiday and we're clocking in. We're clocking in. You're in the brain domain. We clock in on the holiday. All right, everybody, it's Christmas Eve, December 24th, 2024. And we're at it again. We're at it again. It's Xmas Eve. Welcome back. I'm dressed like a cat burglar this Christmas. If I had some black gloves on, I'd look like I was gonna be doing a little bit of Grinching. Zen, thank you for the 34 months. Zen, how are you doing today, bud? Alright, so I know some of you in here have played Stardew Valley. I just started playing Stardew Valley. So for some of the Stardew Valley experts, you might be getting some questions from me later. I might be randomly hitting you up. Can you shave my head like you did yours, please? And thank you. let me just tell you what I did. I just had a pair of clippers and I put them to the same length that I was cutting my beard at. I just cut it all to the same length. And so I put the guard on the razor and then I just went like this. And I just kept going. And then I'd switch and I'd do it from a different angle. And then I just did it all over my whole head. And then I would feel my hair. And I would see if there were any spots that were not buzzed yet. And then I'd do that part again. And then it kind of helps to have somebody look at your hair afterwards. Or like if you have two mirrors, you know, if you have like a hand mirror, you can kind of hold it up behind yourself and get a look at the back of your head. I don't have one. I just go off of feel. Just cut front to back. You kind of have to cut against the way that the hair grows. So think of you when you have hair, like this part of your head kind of grows this way normally unless you push it back. But it kind of you kind of just want to go against it. So you kind of want to go front to back on the top of your head, and then from back to front on like the bottom parts and the side parts of your head. That's what I do for my bald ass head. You know what I always say? If you're losing your hair, just embrace the bald. Just embrace the bald. I use a hand mirror. Wait, Ro, are you shave your head, Ro? So you've been there, you know what I'm talking about. My friend's still at hospital, but watching you, love you, friends. Oh, we love you too. We're sorry that you're in the hospital. But you'll be home soon. I saw your update. It sounds like they're gonna stabilize you and send you home for the holiday. Just end up buzzing it to like a 2. That's what I buzzed mine to. I buzzed mine to a 2. That's normally what I do whenever I just want to reset on my head. I'm just like, alright, take it all down to a 2. Not ready for a razor, I just buzz it with a 0 guard. See, that's what I would do. I would just do the 0 guard for a while and just let it kinda have a little bit of peach fuzz. You know? Once you decide I'm going smooth and you gotta get up in there with like a razor and stuff, it's like, oh yeah, that's a whole other ball game. Yeah, I don't blame you for just trimming it down to the lowest setting, because the difference between like actually having to shave it, you know, get the razor and all that out, it's like, oh man, and you're doing it on your head and you're like, makes you feel like you're in Taxi Driver or something. You're just like, I'm going to war. Like we're going down to the scalp. Like maybe for a special occasion, you know, you get all up in there and you're like, oh yeah, I want to shine. I want to be shiny. Oh man, I knew this guy once. He was a great guy. It was one of the families I was assigned to work with, and it was the dad, and he was just this big goofball. He was like, this guy, he must have been like, he was taller than me. Like, I'm 6'5", this guy was probably like 6'7", 6'8". This guy was huge. And he must have weighed near 400 pounds. This guy was just an absolute unit, but he was just a total gentle giant. He like raised chickens in his garage, and he was always trying to send me home with eggs. This guy was so nice. He was so funny. He was a good guy. Well, I saw him once, and this was like after we'd been working together for this was, you know, after we'd been working together. I ran into him out in like, it was at the family court, and he had just tried to shave his head, and he had all of these like scratches all over his head because he tried to like shave his own head. And he was just like pointing it out to me. He was like, "Oh yeah, man, I fucked it up." He was just laughing about it. Oh man, this guy was he was a good guy. He was a good guy. You love somebody who can laugh at themselves, you know? It's kind of that like gentle giant energy. You also kind of get that from Shaquille O'Neal. I've heard like, this was some interview with like one of his friends, some like comedian, and he was talking about how like he was making jokes about Shaq, and Shaq was just laughing at it and being like, "Man, say that again." He was like, "Tell him." He would always just think it was so funny. Anyway, the point is, if you learn to laugh at yourself, you'll never run out of stuff to laugh at. You couldn't eat the candy with his face. I did. I ate it. And it's not going to be a repeat buy. It was a novelty thing. I couldn't really look at them while I'm eating them. It's like, they're like this big and they have his face on them. And you're just like, I don't want to do this to you, little guy. Like, I don't want to bite you in half. Yeah, it's a one-time experience. The brain craves a unique experience. You know, you don't have to do it more than once. Just give it a try. See if you like it. Well, it's Christmas Eve. How are we feeling today? I'm settling for a mellow Christmas Eve. I'm settling for a mellow holiday. Just give myself a little bit of time to take it easy. Let's see. Let me run back what was going on the past couple days. We had Christmas at our house for Casey's side of the family. And it went well. Made a beef Wellington. I'll show you a picture of it. I made a beef Wellington. That thing was a pain in the ass, but it was worth it. It was Christmas. You go a little hard on Christmas. And that went well. And then we did Christmas with my side of the family the next day. So we had 2 Christmases. And it's left me I'm a little holidayed out. I'm a little holidayed out, so I've just been trying to take it easy. And that's gonna be my Christmas. I'm just gonna be taking it easy. Which means I'm not gonna put together any new presentations. I'm just gonna do questions this holiday. I don't have any holiday specials. Maybe next year we'll do a holiday special. But I just feel like if it's a holiday special, we need a puppet. You know what I need? I should get a puppet. What if I had a puppet? I'd be scared of puppet. What if I got one that looked like Beavis? What if I got Beaver as a puppet? I could do a little bit of ventriloquism. Wouldn't that be? That'd be a fun bit. Then whenever I have any really off-the-wall takes, I can just make the puppet do them. Then you don't have to worry that they're coming out of my mouth. I could use the puppet as a filter for some of my insanity. That's not a bad idea, actually. I can use the puppet as a proxy. I could just say some unhinged shit and be like, it's not me, it's this fucking... like, what's he doing? I wonder how hard it would be to make a simple puppet. I'm just gonna have to start shopping around for puppets, I think. Anyway, I hope you're all having a okay holiday. I hope you're having an okay holiday. It might not be perfect, but at least it's time to rest and take it easy, if nothing else. Feeling insecure, inadequate, not about relationships, but like I'm not doing enough for the holiday, don't want to have regrets later. You know what I think you would end up regretting is all of the stress that you had instead of just being able to enjoy the holiday. You're worrying now about a future worry that you may or may not have. That future worry is going to get built out of this current worry. If we can let some of that current worry go, we don't have to worry so much about the future worry. You were making Casey's birthday dinner. It was interesting seeing your kitchen on Casey's stream. Nice setup. Oh yeah, we have a pretty sick kitchen now. It's fun to cook in there. Isolated, physically, mentally, emotionally. Just one. Multiple choice? Hopefully not all of the above. Feeling optimistic somehow. That's a sign of success. A good sign that you're getting better is a feeling of just feeling good or feeling fine, and you're not really quite sure why. It's just there. Without really having much of an explanation. It's just, huh. Alright, I can work with this. That's kind of how it feels. Christmas feels depressing this year. I think, you know, do we want to try to come up with a pie graph? Do you have an anxiety diagnosis? Just relax and enjoy. I'll try. Big deep breaths all the way through. Have you ever heard of hemispherectomies? To get a hemisphere, like, mentally, like brain surgery? It's a radical surgery, but it's an also really good example of neuroplasticity. They can remove a big fat part of your brain, and the other part of your brain, the other half, the other side, it can take over. It can start doing the work that the other half of the brain used to do. It just has to teach itself how to do it. Because all of that information was stored in that part of your brain, and so the other part's like, okay, I remember what the other guy was doing, but I don't know how to do it. I've only seen him do it, so now I have to try to do it. And then you have to teach the other part of your brain to, like, pick it up. It's like, it's so used to just watching the other half of your brain do that shit. And it's like, okay, now how the fuck was he doing that? I think I kind of... And then, you know, through, like, physical therapy and, like, just allowing to work it, your brain learns how to do stuff that it didn't originally know how to do. Neuroplasticity. It's like that guy who had 90% of his brain missing, and he was basically just nobody knew until he got a CT scan randomly. Now, like, imagine what you could do if you could control, like, your entire brain. You know, like limitless, right? Like, just imagine that, like, you could tap into your full potential, man. I love this shit. This shit blows my mind. Pun intended. If you're gonna make puns, intend your puns. No more of this no pun intended bullshit. If you make a pun, own it. Intend it. Where's my limitless pill? Alright, so the actual answer is become an Olympic level meditator, and then you can produce gamma waves in your brain at a much higher frequency, and then you kind of tap into a much higher potential within your brain. But you're gonna have to do a lot of meditating. Also some Kundalini yoga. You do that with biofeedback. Biofeedback is a part of it. Part of what you can do to increase the activity in your brain is to increase the activity in your body. Because anything you do with your body, it is being controlled and translated up here in your head. So like practicing acts of dexterity, or ambidexterity, trying to do the same thing on both sides. It helps to form new connections in your brain. The more connections, the higher the bandwidth. Again, music make me feel better. Music is fantastic for affecting our mood. Many people have a musical way of thinking, and they can really become emotionally attached to pieces of music. I think commuting by bike in Boston traffic is my working brain-body meditation. Oh, it's a flow state for sure. A flow state is just kind of like an active meditation because you have a lot of awareness invested in that activity. Like a misconception about meditation is that meditation is, oh, I sit down, I close my eyes, I go, I focus on my breathing. That's just one type of meditation. You can meditate while you're in a flow state. Meditation is just awareness. How much awareness are you putting into whatever it is you're doing? Meditation for just sitting down and thinking is just meditation catered towards sitting down and thinking. You can do any number of things in a meditative way. Just try to open up your awareness on whatever it is you're doing. Yeah, if you feel really connected to a certain piece of music or a certain band, it's like you either relate to the lyrics or you find something enjoyable about the pitch, the tempo, the chord progression. Sound could really be satisfying in any number of ways. I would just recommend, if you're really interested in a certain artist, look at who inspired them. Like, go do some research on those artists and figure out who they credit as the people that inspired them to become musicians. And then try to listen to the ways that the styles have, been inspired. That's something I find really enjoyable to do as a music listener. Do I have to listen to other bands? I mean, why not? You've got plenty of time. There's plenty of music out there. You can always, that other music isn't going anywhere. It's always going to be there waiting for you. But there's stuff out there that you don't know that you don't know. It's like there's stuff out there that you could like even more. You just got to find it. So just, I'm always trying to find new music. That old music you love is always going to be there. It's not going anywhere. Also, mixing it up with other stuff helps you to not, make yourself sick of it. There were songs and there were artists that I would just, listen to on repeat when I was younger, and now it's just I'm just kind of burnt out on them, So I find just keeping a good mix helps you from, becoming worn out on any one thing. Alright, let's get into this question box, shall we? When was the first time your beard grew on you? I wasn't able to like fully grow a beard until my 20s. I don't remember when exactly. 25? Somewhere in there, maybe? You can finally pull off a full beard. Some people can do that shit early. I'm like, alright. It's like sometimes you'll see somebody with a full ass beard and be like, oh yeah, I'm 17. Like, alright, little buddy. My beard's kind of fucked up, too much space in between the hairs. It's not that good looking. I could tell you a way to help grow it, if you're interested. You need to try to activate those parts of your face. You can do that by like, you need to increase the blood flow to that part of the face. So there's like little rollers you can get, and they like have little, and then like you can roll on there, or you can like pinch, or you can like, you know, give it a little tap. Try to increase the blood flow to that part of your face. It'll stimulate hair growth. More mewing. Stay mewing. Always be mewing. Do all guys have a beard? No, not everybody. I did not know that was a thing. Yeah, I had a couple spots that I like that weren't growing in properly, and so I just kind of started doing that on those little spots, and I found that it was helpful. It did help my beard to... Also, just having a beard... like just keeping it and having it helped to stimulate hair growth like adjacent to the existing hairs. So part of it's just committing to the hair and then increasing the blood flow. So like get all up in there and just be like, You gotta do it like every day though. You know, just like whenever you think about it, just get all up in there. You gotta increase that blood flow. Hello, Mr. Brain Domain. Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Brain Domain. I wanted to say I really appreciate you here and hope you have a good holiday season. So far, so good. You know, I saw family before the holiday, so I'm gonna spend the actual day of the holiday probably just taking it easy. Everywhere's gonna be closed. Can't do any errands. Play some Stardew Valley. I have a family dinner tonight with my fiance's family and was planning to have that in-person conversation with my brother-in-law that you suggested. I've written up a few points I wanted to say, but I'm feeling hopeless that he will receive them well or even be willing to have that discussion with me. Alright, here's the thing. You can make this a two-parter. You don't have to be like, hey, I want to have a conversation with you and I want to do it right here, right now, and I want to go through all these points. Use this as an opportunity to just be like, hey, we should get together and talk sometime. Just use this as a time to schedule that sit-down conversation. The holiday dinner, it does not have to be a time to be like, hey, let's go over some shit. It doesn't have to be. We can save that for later. Let this just be like a reconciliation moment, and you'll make the scheduling for the actual conversation. You see what I'm saying? Because nobody wants to have a talk on a holiday. You don't, they don't, I don't, nobody does. It's the holiday. You just want to have fun, eat food, just chill. You don't want to be having a talk on a holiday. However, this is a good opportunity since spirits will be high and people will be eating foods they like and getting presents and all sorts of stuff. You'll catch people in a good place. And that's a good opportunity to be like, hey, we should get together sometime. Maybe after the first of the year. Or if you want to hang out sometime. You know, now's a great time to schedule that conversation. That also gives you more time to think about what you want to talk about. So yeah, I don't think this is something that necessarily needs to be rushed. You know, take time, plan it. Give yourself more time to think. Just get a feel for how things are gonna go. I'm not sure that I'll be able to keep it to how I'm feeling without making accusations about what he's done to make me feel that way. I'm also feeling hopeless that I'm the only one in the situation that is willing to do anything to fix the situation that he created. Yeah, I feel like doing this at the holiday is probably just not the move. This is more of like an olive branch moment. You know, we want to just try to keep things peaceful at the holiday. We'll worry about talking things through later. Also, just be mindful of how much closure you're looking for. How much you're just willing to let go of. What you're willing to allow to just be water under the bridge. Because although it's, you know, you say this guy created the situation, it sounds like he's kind of wanting to just move past it. So I guess just try to have realistic expectations based on the person that you know yourself to be working with. You know, I'm not going to predict the future or anything. You know this person better than I do. I feel like the relationship I thought we had was shattered by how he's decided to treat me over a single game, and he seems, from my perspective, unwilling to do the simplest thing, talk to me about the arguments I was causing, because he said the arguments aren't important. Talking to you before has given me some hope with the situation, but I'm just tired of feeling like I'm forcing a friendship that he's not interested in maintaining. Thanks for taking the time. Happy holidays. What do you miss about the relationship you had with this person? Do you miss having a friendship with them? Or are we just trying to, like, what are we doing this for? You know, do we want to be really close? Is that necessary? If you want the relationship and you enjoy that relationship you had, then yeah, fight for it. But you don't have to fight for it on the holiday. Also, you gotta remember this guy's younger, so he's just not as emotionally developed. You know, you're looking at it from a more mature perspective, but you're dealing with a less mature person. So yeah, I think this is just a time to reconnect and then focus on rebuilding over time. Because there's the reconnect and then there's the rebuild. Right now you're in the reconnect phase. You had a falling out, now you need to reconnect. In part of the rebuild, you'll be able to revisit some of those things that you had issues with, but don't feel the need to go through them all at once. How much of it are you willing to just forgive and move on from, knowing that this is just a young, emotionally immature person? Just try to, you know... Sometimes I've found in life, it's like, sometimes you just gotta take what people are willing to give you. You know? You learn that maybe I was the one that was a little bit more invested in this relationship, and from their perspective, they just weren't as invested as I was. And so now I see it's like, okay, so I guess I was just, now I understand the nature of the relationship. I'll try to match your energy level in the relationship. It happens. That doesn't necessarily mean there's anything wrong with us as people. That just means that this person doesn't have enough space in their life to get to know someone else well. Maybe we do. You know, as you get older, you have more space. You know, people tend to go and drift off their own ways and start their own families, and, you know, you're not as entangled with other people as you used to be. So you've got more space to let people in. But yeah, when you're young, and this guy's young, he's like 21. He's probably got a lot going on. Just feel like he's cut me off of that friendship, and I don't know how to adequately move on from that. I mean, I guess what are you looking for from him? Are you wanting an apology? Are you wanting him to acknowledge what he's done? And then let's say you do get that apology you're looking for. Like, what do you want to do after that? I'm new here. Is this therapy stream or just psychology talk? Well, why not both? A little bit of both. I want the friendship back, but I don't know how to cope. That's not and won't be what I thought it was. All right, so I mean, you say it here. It's not, and it won't be what I thought it was. How does that make you feel? And how does that make you feel? Sad? Then feel it. I guess if there's anything to say at this next get together, just let him know, hey, I am sad that things went the way that they did. Interesting that confused is considered a subset of surprised. What if it's a long-term confusion? A long-term confusion. I think we call that disordered. I'm feeling disordered. I'm feeling out of sorts. It's hard to find a long-term friendship online. Yeah, because you need to start by focusing on short-term friendships. You haven't even been in the long term. You like if you're in the moment and you gotta focus on what you have with this person you're talking to right now. You might not even identify it as a friendship for months. You can't just go into it being like, I want somebody who's going to be my best friend for the next 20 years, and I want to meet that person today, and I want to be able to know that that's going to be how it's going to go. Like, no, if you want long-term friendships, maintain your short-term friendships. Also, something I think people really need to remember is that sometimes life gets in the way. Like, sometimes we want to hear from somebody, we want to, spend more time with somebody, but we just don't have the time. We don't have the energy. Gotta try to make the time, I guess. You gotta be the one to engage. Yeah, you might find yourself in many years reuniting with old friends, and then you'll have a lot to catch up on. You'll have, a lot of stories to revisit. Have a happy holiday. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. Some things you've said have helped me tremendously over the past couple of years by giving me a new perspective. Well, you're welcome. Thank you for the kind words. Like little Christmas cards in the question box. Hey, Jost. Really appreciate your stream. I have immense problems setting boundaries to my next of kin. I'm like a country with a front line. But no matter how much I fortify my defenses, my mom and my sister always come through and wreak havoc. Yeah, okay, okay. If we're going with historical metaphors here, then no, your boundary should not be a Maginot line. You should also have a custodial guard that keeps watch back in the inner sanctum. You need layers of defense, not just a really big wall. This is what happened to the French in World War II, or was it World War I? I forget. The Maginot Line. I'm pretty sure that was World War II. The French built this huge fortified, like, military structure. It wasn't like always a literal wall. It was more like a military wall, like tanks and planes and bombs and guns and all that stuff. And the Germans just went around it. So yeah, a boundary is much more than just the outer wall. It's like you need to have the guardian at the gate, but you also need to have the temple guardian. Don't fault yourself for this. Manipulative people are very good at finding your weak points. They're very good at finding a way around your defense. So don't fault yourself for that. It's something they're skilled at doing. I had a good day today. Our Christmas dinner was canceled due to some of my relatives getting sick, and I was enjoying the day as my mom called. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub. I thank you, Anonymous. By the way, Twitch is running a promo. I think for any amount of gifted subs over, is it over 5? There's a chance to get bonus extra subs. So we'll see what happens. So mom called and I'm like, don't pick up, don't pick up, don't pick up. And then I pick up. It's always the same banal questions, saying she misses me. She has a partner, but according to her, he is kind of boring. I feel she misses her son. I grew up the hard way. Father alcoholic, lots of abuse, mother cold. One day super abusive, the other day kinda and caring, no connecting. This type of parenting can be very stressful to deal with on the receiving end. That hot and cold, it gives you, it has you walking on eggshells all the time because you're not sure what you're gonna get. Am I gonna get nice mom? Am I gonna get mean mom? You know? Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub to Svarkin. And in this setup, I was her trustee, someone to lean on, emotional incest, I'd say. As a child, as a kid, as a teenager, I told her on many occasions how much she has hurt me. I even sent her to hell, nothing works. A few days of silence, I don't know what she's thinking, perhaps that I have about, and then she calls again. Other people get me. My friends get me. With my mom and my sis, no matter how much I explain they are not the people I want to be in contact, I still pick up. And I'm a grown man for quite some years now. I'm doing therapy, in my 10th year now. But this part, oh boy, the presence and the same time the non-presence of them is devastating to me. How do I set up boundaries that these people will comprehend and appreciate? Block the number. If you need a firm boundary, that's a firm boundary. Do you need to like turn the phone, like you see them calling and be like, okay, I need to physically remove myself from near the phone? I know I need to work more on myself to be able to chill about this stuff, but at the moment it's infuriating, full of sadness and longing for mom that never was, and who, even in the present time, heeds zero attention to how I am. I think it's time to be the parent that you are needing. You need to be that person for yourself. If you're not getting it from your actual parents, you need to become that person. So what would a kind parent do in this situation? You feel like you're on the receiving end of these, manipulation tactics? What's a good way to make sure that doesn't happen? When I'm saying to block them, you don't have to block them indefinitely. You can just block them for a time that gives you space so that you can cool off. They can't ground you, they can't punish you, they can't take away your privileges, you're an adult. You're an adult. They can't do anything to, but they're pushing these old buttons, like stuff that goes back to when you were young. They've got a direct line to they know what nerve to hit. So if you need a hard boundary, make a hard boundary. When you're thinking, don't pick up, don't pick up, don't pick up, start saying it to yourself out loud. Don't just think it. Actually say it out loud. I'm not going to answer this call. And then toss the phone away. Throw it on your bed. And then go on about your day. See, here's the thing. You're feeling a lot of guilt tied into this. There's a lot of guilt that's woven into this. If I don't pick up the phone, I'm going to feel guilty because I didn't pick up the phone. And that's why I do pick up the phone, is because I don't want to feel guilty. But then I end up feeling guilty anyway because I picked up. And so in avoiding guilt, I am actually bringing myself guilt. So which amount of guilt are you willing to tolerate? Can you handle the guilt of just not answering the phone? Or is the guilt of actually answering the phone less than the guilt if I just didn't answer at all? I'm just saying, there's no reason for guilt here. Talking to a parent on the phone should feel joyful. There's no, if I'm feeling guilt here, this isn't somebody that I should be talking to. If this is just somebody that makes me feel miserable, why am I speaking to them? This is adult you protecting little you. That's what this is. It's the same as when I was a kid. Yeah, then that's why it still works, is because I've told this story before, but I'm gonna tell it again. Elephants in the circus. Baby elephants in the circus, they will use these small stakes, these little and they tack him into the ground, and the baby elephant is not strong enough to pull it out of the ground. It's just tied to a rope. The little stake in the ground. The same stake is also used to tie down the adult elephants, the full-sized elephants. Same little stake. This is because the elephant, as a baby, can't pull the stake out, and so then it just doesn't try anymore. It just assumes that's something that I can't do. But in reality, this is a grown-ass elephant. This is a creature that could demolish a house. So just remember that the stakes that were put on you when you were young, they might not be as strong as you think they are. You might surprise yourself when you revisit these things as an adult. I know it can be done differently. I've seen it in interactions with other people. She just doesn't want to change. I don't expect her to, but I need to fix this since at the moment I am really helpless about this issue and it's causing tons of anguish to me. Thank you for your thoughts. Well, I think you know what you gotta do. Sometimes you gotta revoke access. Like, alright, you're not gonna treat me with respect, I'm gonna revoke access to me. See you later. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. Sometimes that's what you gotta do with friends. Sometimes that's what you have to even do with family. It's like if they're not showing you that compassion and respect that they should, it's okay to say, you know what? I'm just gonna take a step back for a little while. I'll be back later. I'll come check on you, but I'm gonna give you some space. Sometimes you have to show people through your actions that the way that they are treating you is not something that you are willing to tolerate. And sometimes you just have to take some distance. Sometimes you just have to walk away. Doesn't mean that you have to leave forever. Sometimes it just means, all right, I'm just gonna give you some space. I can't really do this right now, you know? It's okay. How do you feel about a middle-aged client who still does not have his shit in order? I'm in my mid-40s and I still have a ton of issues. Hey, I mean, it's not a race, you know? It's a marathon. We're in it. Better late than never is what I would say. Some people are out there at 60, 70, 80, 90 years old. You know what? It's never too late to grow. That's the way I see it. No spouse, no kids. Not that I did not want them. Incelly vibes, hatred of women, mommy issues, the whole thing. I had several years of therapy now, and I want to fix all of this, but sometimes I just feel ashamed. People my age are already divorcing and have teenage kids. I'm just here grinding my job, my therapy, some hiking, and tabletop games. It's another form of resistance, innit? Happy holy days and thank you for streaming. Another form of resistance? Oh. Is this psychoanalysis that we're doing? Okay, here's the thing. Let's do a material analysis of what we need to accomplish here. You know, you're in your 40s, you're in your mid 40s. All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this like grown men. Let's do a materialist analysis. What do I need to do to get my shit together? Now is the perfect time for you to get your shit together. Can't go back and do it earlier, and you don't want to do it later. You want to do it now. Now's the perfect time. First off, hatred of women, mommy issues. Let's try to challenge ourselves on those beliefs, all right? Let's try to recognize when we're falling into those old, outdated thought patterns and remind ourselves that we are not doing that. We're actually, you know, if we want to grow into the person that we know that we can be, we have to have some accountability. We have to own up to the way that we are contributing to our own suffering, as much as it pains to admit it. And that's probably where a lot of that shame comes from, is because it's like the reason why I'm here is because I'm putting myself here. But now is the time to do something about it. We need to not blame other people for our problems, whether that be our parents. You know, we can understand where our problems come from, and so that for a lot of people, understanding, you know, where these issues stem from is important, and it sounds like you do. But now you're in the stage of, all right, what do I want to do about it? Whenever you catch yourself thinking these outdated thoughts, acknowledge that, point it out to yourself. Reframe that thought. Find that new belief. Practice some good self-care. Make sure you're following up on your hygiene, you know? I think that you're ready to start acting. You know, you're in the phase where you're like, I'm just tired of this shit. I get it. I get it. You're over it. So what can we do about it? If we want to make things change, we want things to be better, we got to be the one that makes that happen. So we got to fix our thinking. We got to fix our understanding of ourself. We got work ahead of us, but you know what? It's worth it. If you were to have a spouse, what would that look like to you? Like, just take some time to think about that. Like, what is it that you're looking for? What is it that you feel is missing? Like, what are you looking to have change about your current state of affairs? If we're looking for a spouse at this stage of adulthood, we're looking for somebody that we want to, you know, have a partnership with. This is somebody that should complement us. Just making sure that we're not looking for somebody who's just gonna like tidy up after us and just, you know, be there to tend to our needs. That's more to it than that in a relationship. So if you are looking to find a relationship, I would just seriously recommend taking some time to think about what that means. And when I say think about what that means, I say listen to actual relationship experts, not just like incel manosphere grifter types who are just like, a woman is not your equal. She should clean after you and just be your bang maid. You know, it's like, no, that's a fucking grift. We're not adhering to that type of ideology. We're looking for a partner. This person is another human being. This person is your peer. You treat them as your equal. No exceptions. Unless it's consensual. You know, if it's consent, you're two consenting adults. Do whatever the fuck you want. You know, you've done a lot of growing to get to where you're at, so just keep it up. You've got momentum on your side. One of the things that has become more of a passion of mine is to help deprogram people who have fallen into like incel beliefs, because I do feel for them, you know. I've lost friends to it even. I had a good friend in college and he just kind of fell down that rabbit hole, and it was just like you lost him, you know. It sucks. So I do want to help these people, but there's just often such a like they're not dumb. Like a lot of these people are like reasonably and respectably intelligent people. And a certain level of intelligence can actually be a bit of a hindrance when it comes to your emotions. Sometimes you're just too smart for your own good, and you're just too aware and too dialed in on the stuff in your life that's making you miserable. Resentment. Resentment. In many ways, like resentment and anger are just like poisoning yourself and wishing that the other person would die. You know, if you're just holding on to resentment and anger, it's eating away at you from the inside. I hope for Christmas you all have some inner calm. Gnosa, thank you for subscribing. I'm committed. I'm gonna win some men over from the Manosphere. The problem with the Manosphere is that it's just too fucking easy of a sell. It's really easy to sell the idea to a young, emotionally unaware person that everyone else is to blame for your problems. Or more specifically, women are to blame for your problems. It's really easy to sell that idea to somebody who's looking to figure out, why am I so fucking mad all the time? Because that's the thing that a lot of young men are grappling with, is why am I so fucking angry all the time? I do my best to control it, but there's just this seething rage that just lives, it burns inside of me. And it's like, that's capitalism, actually. You're mad at capitalism, but manosphere grifters convince you that it's actually women that you're supposed to be mad at instead of the capital holders, the ones who are actually propping up the manosphere grift. Oh yes, they would love for you to be mad at women instead of being mad at them. Oh, absolutely. So yeah, women aren't your problem. Like, you want to know why? The concerning thing is, like, more and more young men are going to the right because the right has these manosphere grifter types who are just like, we need to go back to the way things were. You know, that wife just needs to be pregnant and in the kitchen cooking for you. America was perfect when we had that going on. It's like, I'm like, if you want to live a trad lifestyle and it's consensual, like, by all means, fucking go for it. But even if you do support that lifestyle, you should at least recognize that capitalism has made that lifestyle impossible for you. You know, it's nearly impossible to raise a family on a single income. So I'm just like, even the people who want to adhere to a trad lifestyle, I'm just like, you should also be mad about capitalism because it's taking that away from you too. The reason why both partners have to work most of the time is because you gotta afford to eat, you gotta afford to pay rent. So yeah, just be mindful of anybody who tells you that a certain population of people are your problem, unless that part of the population is billionaires, because those are the ones who actually are a big part of your problem. Just like follow the money, man. Just like see where the money goes, brother. Among others, I have two friends for about a decade now. Both friendships have fallen off in late years. One had a clinical depression, the other is trans, they had a horrid childhood. For me, both are great people. They both started working on themselves and took antidepressants, and when we knew each other years ago, they were both vibrant, sharp, fun people. In the recent 2 years, they became bland, sort of husks. One of them, IMO, became even more fearful of the world, I think. I fully support their healing, but I miss my old friends as they were. What are your thoughts on this? You can say, I'm selfish. I don't think you're selfish. This is actually a side effect of using antidepressants. Like, the thing about antidepressants is you're not necessarily meant to take them for the rest of your life. It's meant to kind of like help you to prioritize doing the work that you need to do in your life so that you aren't as depressed. Maybe you need a change in career. Maybe you need to adopt some new hobbies. Maybe you need to learn some new coping skills. Maybe you need to process some trauma. What is it that's feeding into this depression? Because we need to work on that. And medication can help to put you into a place where you can do that work. It kind of makes you numb. But it's like putting on oven mitts before reaching into the oven. It's like if you were to just do that without that layer of protection, sometimes it just might be too hot to handle. So I feel like a lot of people end up with the mindset of like, my brain is broken and I need to take an antidepressant every day for the rest of my life because my brain is broken and I'm treating it with medication. But that's not necessarily, like, I would just say, talk to your doctor about it. You know, if you're feeling good, if life is good, maybe look at weaning off of it. Talk to your doctor about it. That's what I would say. I don't know. I would just maybe, if you miss your friends and you feel like they were more vibrant and fun, I don't know, just talk to them. Like, have you ever talked to your doctor about, you know, weaning off of the stuff? I don't know. This question that's there's a question in the question box. All right, this one's gonna be a little spicy. Hi, I love your content, what you do. Hope you have an amazing holiday. Well, thank you. You too. No troll. But I am into some stuff like femdom, specifically CBT, if you know what it is. The other CBT, not cognitive behavioral therapy. This is CBT, cock and ball torture, I'm assuming. The other CBT. I would really love to understand the psychology or reason as to why I like this. I have a good relationship with my mom. She definitely had a strong personality, but I have a very loving relationship with her. I discovered it when I was a kid, when I saw a group of girls kick a guy in the balls and just start laughing at him, and I thought to myself, wow, they would never understand how badly it hurts, and they just find it funny. I really want to know what kind of influence could have led to me to develop this interest. I find psychology very interesting, especially in finding the reasons why certain things make people tick. Thanks, Papa, you're the goat. So we're wanting to figure out how a kink can develop. One of the ways that many people will cope with a very powerful sensation will be to turn it into gratification. Developing a kink around something can be a way to gain control over that thing. There's a lot that goes into this because, like, kinks and what we're attracted to is actually, like, it's pretty deep in your brain. Like, it's pretty, like, it's like almost instinctual level type stuff. It's like it's formed typically pretty early in your life. In some ways, I think it's the way that our human mind can just spin a narrative so that we come out on top, so that we are the winner. Even if we're getting kicked in the balls, it's like, haha, actually, I like that. Because the thing about it is, it's like, what is pain? Pain is just a nerve impulse. It's just a nerve signal. It's like you can rewire that so you don't receive it as pain, it's not the same as like pain to you. It actually would feel good. Which just answers the question about what is the best thing you can do with pain? Turn it into pleasure. Learn to enjoy the suffering. If life is suffering, learn to enjoy suffering. Also, you gotta remember that sometimes in developing kinks or fetishes, watching something happen or seeing something done to someone else is entirely different from having it done to you. It's pretty common that people will have like interests and then they try them themselves and they're like, oh no, that was not for me. So in some ways, it might just be the idea of the thing is what you're attracted to. You might not be attracted to the actual act itself, because sometimes that takes repetition, sometimes that takes practice. You have to kind of rewire your brain to reinterpret pain as pleasure. Laughter can be a nervous response too. Oh yeah, laughter. It's also a way to give yourself endorphins, so it's kind of like a self-regulation thing. One of my biggest regrets from school is that I never got to take the human sexuality class because it was always full. That was the most popular psychology class there was. Everybody was always trying to get into the human sexuality class. I never got to take it because it would always get full up the very first hour of enrollment. Same here, I took animal reproduction instead. You know what I had to take instead was IO psychology, and that was the worst psychology class I've ever had to take. I had to take industrial organizational psychology. I had to take the psychology that HR reps learn. I had to take a psychology class about how to make people more better workers. It sucked. It was terrible. It was the worst. Posted food in Discord. Oh, well, I also posted food in the Discord. I made beef Wellington for the holiday. Look at this bad boy. Yeah, it was a tremendous pain. That's why I did it. It's because it was Christmas. Pear juice. Okay, interesting. Pear juice. What is this? Olive soup? That might be one of the most unappetizing things I've seen in my entire life. This might be one of the most unappetizing. This looks... This looks horrendous. This is my Russian friend. This is, if you're wondering where this occurs, pear juice, olive soup, Russia. Got another Rorschach staple. Moose meatballs. Is moose good? Moose. Huh, okay. Very Swedish. Here's Cutie's cookies. Alright, that's a good looking cookie. That's okay, I know Cutie Cheeks knows how to make a cookie. You took the cookie out at the exact moment that they needed to be taken out. Like, almost slightly underdone looking in those little cracks and crevices. That's exactly when you want to take the cookie out. It's like perfect. Believe me, I know my cookies. Love a double chunk chocolate cookie. There's Sugar Biscuits, premium hospital lunch. Not a bad looking grilled cheese, if I'm being honest. They said, your tummy's upset? Here, have cheese and cheese. Yeah, that actually doesn't look bad for hospital food. I'd eat it. Very nice. I want to try moose now. Hey, it's me, the CBT dude again, LOL. Oh, welcome back, brother. I can't lie, your explanation made me laugh, but it made sense. Awesome. That's my favorite way to answer a question. It's like, that was funny, but also answered my question. Especially the pain part and wanting to take control of traumatic things. I remembered as you were talking that I was kicked in the balls by my crush's friend and I found it super embarrassing at the time. What about femdom specifically? Do you think that is by having a powerful mom that you seek that in a partner? Could be. You know, if mom was the one who was like bossing you around and telling you what to do and being like, good boy, give you a little pat on the head. Good. Oh yeah. That'll do it. The thing about understanding your kinks is they are pretty straightforward a lot of times in understanding where they develop, you know? There's some really out there stuff that people get into that might be a little bit more of a mystery. Like some of these really bizarre, kind of out of the ordinary kinks, but even those are still pretty like... We need to get Robbie P on here sometime. Robbie P is a kink encyclopedia. He's an expert on all of the different paraphilias. I've learned about some really niche sort of like fetish stuff from Robbie P. There's this certain genre of fetish videos where it's like it's like a woman who's like very provocatively dressed and she's got like high heels and stuff on and her car is stuck and she's just slamming on the gas in her high heels and the car just won't move and she's just like, ugh, come on. There's stuff for everybody out there. There's stuff for... Oh yeah, the full leather dippers. There's also a niche community, and this is mostly like rural stuff. You have to have access to a manure pit. This guy was just dress himself up in full biker leathers and then go jump in a neck-deep pile of cow shit. Full leather dippers. And he did it while he was smoking a cigarette too. That was the wildest part. He just had a cigarette in his mouth and he's just neck deep in a pile of cow shit. Anyway. Twitch partner, by the way. So yeah, could you develop a femdom mentality by having a really powerful mom? Yeah, because when you're young, that kind of, like Freud was kind of on the money with a lot of these ideas, like not precisely, like there are some, you know, there's some nuance to be found here. But yeah, your idea of like what I'm looking for in a partner, the person that sets the template for that more often than not is a parental figure. It could be somebody different, you know, it might not be your parent. It could be like a teacher or a coach or somebody you see on TV. But for a lot of people, it happens to be the parent, because your parent is the person that you interact with the most as a kid. Or do you think that people are naturally born as either an alpha or beta? I hate those terms, but use them as a lack of a better term. I would say dominant or submissive. And that I am just a beta. Well, no, I don't see you as a... Also for the CBT part, I only find it pleasurable if a woman is inflicting that pain, not myself or a male, so I think they are probably connected somehow. It's like, yeah, the guy doing it's just a guy hitting you in the balls. But a girl doing it, it is different. I'm just saying it makes sense from your perspective. But no, I wouldn't say like alpha and beta. I would just say some people prefer to be the more dominant one and other people prefer to be the more submissive one. But sometimes it's fun to swap. Sometimes it's fun to switch, you know? You don't always just want to have the same thing for dinner every night. Sometimes you like to mix it up a little bit. So I think it can fluctuate in a healthy relationship. You know, a person might tend to lean one way more than the other, more dominant, less submissive, but it can fluctuate. It doesn't have to be like some law, you know, that I have to do this specific thing in this specific way every single time. So yeah, if you have more questions about it, there are entire internet communities that are centered around discussion of these types of kinks. They would probably know more than I do. A lot of what I know is relatively surface level. I haven't done many deep dives into the kink communities. But yeah, I would just see what's out there and just... But yeah, having a woman do it, being pleasurable, and versus you doing it, that makes perfect sense. It's just like any other sex act. It's like you would rather it be done by a person that you're attracted to. Simple as that. Is there a link between severe depression and longer amounts of sleep? I've been feeling so much worse over the last few weeks, but it's gotten me like 4 more hours every night. Yes. The thing about depression is that it can have the exact opposite effect for a person, just depending on who you are, or it could be the same person, just depending on where you're at that day. In many people, you will see hyposomnia and hypersomnia. Some people get less sleep, some people get more sleep, both as symptoms of depression. What I try to do with these mindsets, because I do notice that they just happen, you know, as the seasons get colder, we naturally become a little bit more isolated, a little bit more reclusive. So I try to take it as time away to do some deep healing, some deep cleaning on a mental level. But yeah, depression can have the complete opposite symptoms. It can make you sleep more, it can make you sleep less, it can make you eat more, it can make you eat less. You know, there are some ways that depression can have the complete opposite symptom, so that's why it can be really confusing sometimes. Especially if you aren't trained in the diagnosis of depression. Yesterday I had to force the boxes being taken out by beginning to take them out myself. It worked. You were the spark that lit the flame. It makes me sleep and eat less. If I'm gonna be honest, no depression is all that fun. Depression is typically kind of miserable. But I would say that the least fun type of depression is the one that makes you insomniac and also not eat. That sounds like the least enjoyable. I would conversely say that the one where you just become Winnie the Pooh and you just eat and sleep, that would probably be the most fun one. Again, I'm not saying that either of them are especially fun or anything. They're actually kind of miserable, but of the two, I prefer The one that you become Winnie the Pooh and you're like, oh bother, let me go for another jar of honey. Time to sleep the afternoon away. Yeah, mine hurts. I bet. I bet it's the worst kind to have. You'll sleep more if you do more physical activity. If you physically tire yourself out, you will sleep more. If you wear yourself out physically, you will get more sleep. It's the law of physics. Also, by doing more, it'll give you more of an appetite because you'll increase your calorie count. I know it's tough, but just sitting here going through it is also tough. So get out and go on some walks, do some stretching, just try to work it just a little bit, you know? I wouldn't want to be Eeyore. Nobody wants to be Eeyore. Exercise, the magic medicine cure-all in one fix your life. Some people will frame it that way. That is true. But the thing about it is that if you want more energy, you have to put an increased demand on your body. Because that will raise your metabolism, it'll have you eating more, it'll have you more active, you'll be producing more endorphins, and so it does work. It is really important to do. Is it a fix-all? No, absolutely not. You could get absolutely shredded and still be depressed. But just sitting around waiting to get better doesn't really do much for a person. Sometimes you gotta get out there and go after it, you know? The only way out is through. Oh yeah, that's it. The only way out is through. I think the thing that happens to people with exercise is that they don't give it enough time for it to actually start working. You know, in order for exercise to actually have a noticeable benefit for you, it might take a few days, it might even take a couple weeks. But I feel like a lot of people just get it started and they're like, this fucking sucks. Now I'm just even more bothered. It's like, yeah, it sucks in the beginning. And it's not fun that the answer to the problem is, well, you gotta push, you gotta get through it. It's like, people don't want to hear that. But I feel like if you only told people what they wanted to hear, you're not going to be much help to anybody. I just saw my neighbor walking his dog and he seemed angry and he was being kind of aggressive with his dog. It upset me. Maybe I'm overreacting. Balance it out by being nice to your dog. Bring balance to the universe by giving your dog a treat. Hi, I need help. Alright. Let's get to it. I need a new plan, and I have no idea how to go about it. My partner and I feel stuck. He works at a company that claims they are family, yet treat them the opposite. Oh. Yep. Anytime you work at a company that claims that you are family, that is a huge red flag. It's like, these people aren't your family. These people are your coworkers. We're coming here to do a job. We're coming here so that I can get paid, so that I can go home and live. Family is supposed to be one of the most important things in the world, whether it's the people you're related to, whether it's your longtime friends, you know, the people that you care about most in the world. That is what family is. And I really don't like the commoditization of that. They're like, well, here at Grund McFarnan, we're a family. Not to forget that statistically the person that you're most likely to be murdered by is probably going to be in your family. Oops. The pay is horrible, but it's the only job my partner could get in the last couple years. He's been trying to find a new job as soon as he realized how bad the place really is. Management, call-outs, having people work roles that are above their pay grade, you name it, they suck. Oh, I believe you. He has to work today and the next 2 days after Christmas. People ended up calling out today anyway, and now he has to work overtime. I'm really upset and sad because we have a dinner with my family tonight, and now he probably won't make it. And I feel like the workplace is draining him and it's hurting him, I can tell. Very burned out and not himself, starting to be depressed. Can you blame him? I would be too. It sucks. All these call-outs. It'd be a shame if he called out. It sucks because I've been through my own troubles mentally, financially, and I'm just really trying to find a job too so he can leave that job and find something else, even if it's low pay. But he still wants to keep this shitty job even if I get a job because he still wants to keep working. You know, you can find a new job while you're working, and that's what I would encourage everyone to do. Always be on the market for a better job. You don't owe this company anything. Always keep looking for something better. It also helps to have a job when you're looking for a job. They'll say, oh, this person is currently employed. Let's hire him. Somebody went through the process of hiring this person. Cool. That makes them more hireable in my eyes. Having a job can help you find a job. It's easier to find a job when you have one already. So yeah, he can keep working and find something else. But if he hasn't been able to get a new job for the last 3 years, what are the chances he will just magically get one? Well, it depends on how active he is in finding that. You know, is he keeping his resume up to date? Is he putting in applications? Is he following up on applications? Is he talking to anybody about it? Are there any, you know, like what type of field is he in? What type of work is he looking for? I'd like to view me being the breadwinner for a bit as a time for him to reset and get a job that works better for him. I don't know, I'm questioning everything because nothing goes right. The situation typically makes it hard to get off time for interviews, etc. Then here, I'll give you a solution to that. Oh, hey, you'd like me to come in for an interview? Well, I'm currently employed at this place and I'm scheduled all throughout the week. Would I be able to do a phone interview, or is there a time where we can, they can work around your schedule if they know you have a job already. There's flexibility there. Just talk to the people about it. Be like, go in on your lunch break, take off a little bit early, tell them you got a dentist appointment and dip, there's workarounds. I would say finding a new job can also give you a bit of a break, because if we're being honest, the first few weeks at a new job are always like a complete blow off anyway. You're just like learning the ins and outs of the new job. You're not really doing much. So sometimes even just switching a job is like a little mini break, because you're just like, all right, let's sit down and watch the training video. Employee conduct. All right, here we go. Yeah, I would just remember, like, treat the person that you're talking to that's like interviewing you, or the people that you're reaching out to at these companies. Remember that that's a human, treat them with appeal to the human. I used to take a day off work and schedule like 4 interviews in one day. That's unfathomably based. I've been on the verge of give me healthcare please, and my cover letter's not gonna lie. Right? But it's like, oh, so you want to work here because money and benefits? You don't want to work here just for the sheer love of the industry that you're joining? You don't want to work here just out of an undying loyalty to the corporation? I don't know if you're a good fit for the company. You're only working here for money? Can depression be addictive? Depression can be familiar, and I would say that familiarity can be addictive. Because familiarity means predictability, and predictability means comfort, and comfort is addicting. So it's not the actual depression that you're addicted to, it's the comfort of the familiarity, of the predictability that you get that can be addictive. And I would just say that this is just another example of how we are wired to make the best of a bad situation. Or as Gautier would say in his iconic one-hit wonder, Somebody That I Used to Know, you can get addicted to a certain kind of sadness. Can anxiety be a crutch or an enabler? Let me think about this question. I'm going to turn to this question in the chat real quick. Regarding online communities for discussion with regard to the kink thing, do you know of any? That was just a general statement. Yeah, I don't know any in particular. I wouldn't know any in particular. And I also wouldn't be surprised if they didn't really like do a deep dive on it themselves, because for a lot of people, I find that that takes the fun out of it. You know, they don't really dig into the why because that kind of takes away. That's like learning how a magic trick is done. It just, you're like, oh, okay, that's how it happened. That's where the card was. It just kind of takes away the mystery. And I feel like that's part of what is appealing to people, is just the fact that they don't look at it too closely. They just enjoy it for what it is. I believe you said to use it as a booster. Oh, anxiety. Okay, so I see. I think I get what you're trying to ask with this question about anxiety. Anxiety can make you not want to do anything. Anxiety can make you freeze in place. Anxiety can make you do nothing. But anxiety can also motivate you to do all sorts of things. Anxiety is there to help motivate you. So I would try to use it for that. So whenever I catch myself feeling anxious, I try to turn that into, all right, what do I need to do today? What needs to get done? I turn it into productivity. I don't want to just, sit in it, or just find myself pacing, But yeah, anxiety is there to motivate you to move. It's a tool that your brain uses to protect you from potential threats, whether it be a massive tiger or a phone call to your dentist's office. Just be mindful of the level of significance that you are attributing to these different events. That part of your brain is wired to get you through a saber-toothed tiger attack. But if it's overtuned, you might receive that level of anxiety for something that's not all that scary. I would much rather call a dentist's office than fight a Smilodon. When you think about your anxiety, just remember that that part of your brain is there to help you survive against this motherfucker. This mortal enemy of the human species. Look how big this bastard was. And he was eating people all the time. The part of your brain that makes anxiety is the part of your brain that kept you safe from this bastard. And so we still have that same brain. And when we have anxiety, we might be attributing that same level of significance that we would if we had to, if we had to, one of these walking around outside the cave. And we take that and we apply it to, because it's the same part of your brain, it produces that same level of neurological excitement. If not friend, then why friend shaped? Exactly. I mean, look at it. Christina Amazon, thank you for subscribing. You have unlocked the silver brain. But seriously, look at this big bastard. Yeah, I'd die trying to pet it too. Adrian Bear, thank you for subscribing. Let's go. Oh, that got us on a hype train. Hype train. Hype train. Got a 3-month sub. Nice. Now's a good time to stock up because I think they're on sale. So, you know, if you are a Costco shopper, if you're a Costco guy, Costco gal, a non-binary Costco enjoyer, whatever you might be, you know, just consider stocking up for the season. So yeah, whenever you feel anxiety about something, just take a moment to ask yourself, would I rather do this thing? Would I rather go to the grocery store, or would I rather fight a saber-toothed tiger? Which one would I rather do? Be honest. Cam Janet, thank you for the 300 bits. So, be honest. Also, try to be mindful of the level that your anxiety knob is tuned to. You know, are we looking at daily stress at the same level as saber-toothed tiger? Saber-toothed tigers aren't scary in the abstract. Then you need to work on your imagination, mister. Because I can full well imagine the pants-shitting terror that would come from staring down one of these big bastards. So cute, but also so deadly. Why does Mother Nature do this to us? Why does Mother Nature do this to us? I used to have a recurring dream of being attacked by a tiger, never figured out what that was about. Ancestral memory. You had a great to the 500th. Got ate by a tiger. Happened 15,000 years ago. $40 left on that hype train. Think we could get level 2? Get a Christmas miracle? So we recognize cute but bad in men. You know, the thing to recognize is that predators will entice you with cuteness. That is something that certain predators will do, is they will disarm you with their appearance. Justin, thank you for subscribing. We just missed it. We'll have to try again next time. The big hype train will be tomorrow. The big hype train, we'll have that on Christmas Day. That's what babies do. Well, yeah, except, well, that's more of like a parasitic cuteness rather than a predatory cuteness, which I guess is a little different. Edinbo, thank you for the bits. Thank you. Oh yeah, Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy's a great example. You know, that was how he would lure people in. He would feign, like, he would walk with crutches and he would, like, drop something and be like, oh my god, I dropped all these books. Can you, oh my god, this is so embarrassing. And they'd be like, oh, I'll help you. And then he would, like, throw him in a van. I need urgent help, Brain Man. I was talking to my mom and she said Santa wasn't real, and I can't stop thinking about whether she was right or not. As long as Santa is alive in your heart, Santa is real. There may not be some old guy who has a bunch of elven slaves in his Arctic sweatshop. That may not be real. But the real Saint Nick, the real spirit of Christmas, lives inside you and me. Is there a link between ADHD and porn addiction? Probably. ADHD, there's a lot of dopamine involved in ADHD. And the thing about ADHD is you could almost look at ADHD as an addiction to novel stimuli. You need something new, you need something different. You're almost addicted to the sensation of, ooh, what's that? So yes, I would absolutely say there is a correlation there, because they both play on your dopamine pathways. I read online that this addiction is actually you seeking a quick and huge dopamine hit. Yes. I've been experiencing PIED and read online that I need a dopamine reset to fix it, but I was wondering if I should just go to a doctor and get tested for ADHD. I would say meditate on it. Meditate on the state of your brain. Teach your brain how to get more dopamine by taking a big, deep breath. I worry because I worry I worry that if you have ADHD and porn addiction, you're going to go to a doctor and they're going to give you Adderall, and then you're just going to end up, you know, in an Adderall fueled porn binge. That's what I worry, is it's going to just drive you further into a porn addiction. What's your view on positive psychology? Can we achieve happiness if we chase it? In my experience, it's about finding happiness in the chase. You know, if happiness is a butterfly and you're chasing a butterfly, there's more happiness to be found in watching it float around, watching it do its thing. You know, you could catch it, you could lock it up, you could put it in a box, you could put it on display, but it's different than watching it do its own thing. PIED, porn-induced erectile dysfunction. Yeah, you need to take a break from it. You need to take a break from it. You feel the urge? Take a cold shower, or splash some cold water on your face, or go step outside, like take a deep breath. You need to reset them dopamine pathways, brother. If you were just started to take Adderall, this could just do... Because, like, you want your dopamine pathways to mend, you want them to be in a healthier state of balance, and I feel like adding a stimulant which just triggers a dopamine dump might not be the correct solution. It might give you more dopamine, but I don't think it's going to do you much in the long run. It might actually make your dopamine worse. What does dopamine do? Dopamine is the reward chemical in the brain. Whenever you do something and you get a certain feeling of satisfaction from doing it, that is dopamine. You get it when you breathe, you get it when you drink water, you get it when you eat a tasty meal, you get it when you do something that you needed to get done. It's your brain's way of motivating you and saying, hey, good job, you did the thing. Here's a cookie. Want a cookie? Then make a cookie. Learn how to make your favorite kind of cookies. That's what I would recommend. What are some things I can change in my life right now? Looking for examples or tips. Honestly, give me whatever you want. LOL. Whatever you... Okay. All right. Things you could do in your life right now. Give yourself a Christmas gift. Clean up your room. Clean off your desk. Do your dishes. Do your laundry. Maybe go through your closet and get rid of the clothes that don't fit you anymore, or the clothes that are out of style, or the things that are just, you know, run down and ragged. You don't need them anymore. Now is a good time to maybe do a little bit of decluttering. It's a great thing you could do. It's totally free. It just takes a little bit of your time. So that's one thing you could do. Another thing you could do, practice some good self-care. Give someone a sub, maybe. That's true. You could also give somebody a sub. That's also something you could do in your life right now. You could go for a walk. You could take out the garbage. You know, one of the secrets to finding ongoing happiness and peace in life is to find happiness and peace in the art of maintenance. Maintenance isn't inherently exciting, but it is nonetheless essential. So what do I say when I say maintenance? That means Sweeping the floors, that means doing the laundry, doing the dishes. Things that need to be done that aren't exactly fun or exciting. So I would try to find a way to make them more enjoyable. One of the things that I like to do is I reframe it as I'm giving myself a gift. I'm giving myself the gift of an empty sink. Giving myself a gift of a clean room. Merry Christmas to me. Another thing that you could do today is a little bit of visualization. You know, maybe take a moment to just think about you in the near future. You who has made a little bit of progress in whatever goals you might be working on. And then understand what that version of you is doing that you aren't doing yet, so that you can start doing those things. Can help to remove some of the guesswork. I do love a good candle, I'll be honest. I do love... There was a set of candles that was on sale at Costco. I was like, oh, I gotta get it. It was 4 candles for $16. It's like, that's a good deal. It's a good deal. Mary Goodness, I heard Cassitron was in here gifting subs. Oh, that's news to me. I haven't seen Cassitron yet this Christmas. This Christmas Eve. This Goonmas Eve. Candles are slightly harmful, but it's not a big deal, TBH. Yeah, I mean, we've been using candles for hundreds of years, and we've been relatively okay. I mean, not us personally, but like human beings. I love a good candle. I also just love it for the tradition's sake of like this. A candle is something that has been used by people for hundreds of years, you know? To stare at a fire. I wish I had a fireplace. Oh, you got a TV? Put the fireplace on the TV. Modern problems require modern solutions. Gotta run. See you later, Vinzi. You aren't allowed to burn anything, including a fire, during Christmas Eve due to all the pollution. Who's doing all the polluting? Hopefully the polluters are not getting coal for Christmas, because that just sounds like they're making the situation even worse. Can people be addictive? Anything can be addictive. Anything you can think of could be addictive. You can get addicted to anything, and I learned this by watching every episode of My Strange Addiction. What I've learned in watching My Strange Addiction is that you can get addicted to anything. And yes, people can be addictive, and this is why stalkers happen. This is why people have stalkers. They become addicted to a person. What if they're asking you if people can have an addictive personality? Then yes. The answer is also yes. The thing about addiction is that you can get addicted to anything. Some things are just much more addictive than others. Opioids are incredibly addictive. Methamphetamine is incredibly addictive. There are things that are, nicotine, very addictive. Some things are very addictive because they are very chemically addictive. They do something in your brain that really activates that addiction response. But you can get that from just about anything, but it might look different. It might take more time to develop. There might be more at play there, but yeah. Just for a quick reference, let's take a look at the ranked of the top episodes of My Strange Addiction. Let's go down to the bottom. Let's go down to the guy who got addicted to plastic surgery to make him look like Justin Bieber. The person that got addicted to taking laxatives. The person that got addicted to eating pottery ash. Eating rocks, addicted to carrying a pillow, literally carries a pillow around everywhere they go. Eating detergent, addicted to bodybuilding, addicted to inflatables. This guy he had many different inflatables, all these different like pool inflatables. Butt injections. This lady was addicted to carrying around her husband's ashes, and then she started eating the ashes. Addicted to coffee enemas. Got addicted to licking her cat and eating the cat's hair. Addicted to eating plastic, addicted to drinking gasoline. The drinking gasoline one was honestly wild. Also, the lady who was addicted to carrying around the baby doll head, that was she was addicted to baby doll head. She had this baby doll and she would carry it around with her everywhere and she would always just smell it. The adult baby, addicted to eating dryer sheets, addicted to drinking urine, addicted to chewing on dirty diapers, addicted to putting leeches on yourself, and then there was the guy who was dating his car. And the person who would sniff big piles of baby powder. Dryer sheets cannot be good for you. Yeah, a lot of these things are pretty bad for you. This person is addicted to being a furry. They wore their fursuit everywhere they go. Yeah, a lot of people with different forms of pica. Pica is a symptom where you eat non-food items. How do you even clean a fursuit anyway? Do you have to get it dry cleaned? I think addiction is getting a bad rap due to other mental issues. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people get addicted to something as a way to try to cope with underlying issues. Absolutely. A lot of people will develop different types of addiction as a way to remove themselves from the stress of a different situation that they're dealing with. I'm kind of curious, though. Hold on, I need to figure this out. Oh. There's a website here. The Definitive Guide to Fursuit Care. They advise you to stop rolling around on the ground. Also, avoid horseplay. You're gonna pop a seam. How to clean your fursuit. Turn the suit inside out, remove any padding, and wash. Wow, they really went all in. They broke it down step by step. Okay. Oh, all right. Reminds me of a quote from Cecil B. Demented. Before I was a drug addict, I had so many different problems. Now I just have one. Drugs gave my life real focus. That just gave you one really big problem to focus on. You still have all those other problems. You just have drugs. Drugs have a way of becoming your biggest problem. Drugs will make a person abandon their family. Drugs will make a person lie, cheat, and steal just to satisfy those urges and to satisfy that addiction. Drugs can just really mess a person up. It can be really difficult to go through. You might just be acting completely outside of your normal. What's the process of getting tested for ADHD? I have no idea how to get started, LOL. Do I just schedule an appointment with my primary care doctor to do that? Yeah, I mean, depending on your insurance, you might need to get a referral to somebody else to do the testing. But normally it starts with the primary doctor, and then you tell that doctor about it, and then they refer you to another doctor who can do the assessment. Or maybe your primary care doctor will do it. Sometimes they'll do it too. It honestly just depends on where you're at. Some people like to refer you out to a psychiatric specialist. Some people will just do it in-house. It kind of depends. Depends on where you're at, depends on your doctor. If you get rid of the underlying issue, do you get rid of the addiction too? Question mark. It doesn't get rid of the addiction, but it gets rid of the need for the addiction. And so it'll allow you to, you know, maybe open up to new habits, open up to new, you know, alternative healthy activities. Drugs to me is the end game. Leave that for the very end. Can't wait, TBH. I mean, you're onto something. It's like if you're gonna try drugs, you might as well wait until you're really fucking old. In a video game. I can't condone that. Can't say that. Can't. I'm just saying, like, if there's a time in your life to be like, I wonder what this might as well be when you're 80. What healthy activities might replace cigarette smoking? If you think about it, cigarette smoking is just a mindful breathing exercise with a little bit of spice. You're just making it a little bit spicy with that nicotine. Big, deep breaths. Mindful breathing. Smoking cigarettes is kind of just like... it's like a breathing exercise. So I would just do the breathing exercise, but without the cigarette. Just go outside, do some breaths. Do it for 2-3 minutes. Breathwork is what got me away from nicotine. Nicotine's a real bastard. Chilling today. It's the holiday. How are we feeling? How are we feeling? It's the holiday. It's Christmas tomorrow. Christmas tomorrow. Are you on the naughty list or the nice list? Is breathwork alone enough to quit? Try everything. Throw everything you can at it. Nicotine is one of the most annoying addictions to get over, I would say. Because it's just so accessible. Throw everything you can at it. You know, satisfy the oral fixation. Chew gum. Get lollipops. You know, do breath work. Do all of those things. Throw everything at it. I use vaping. I mean, I would probably rather have people vaping over smoking cigarettes, because I think smoking cigarettes just... There's a lot going on there. You've got combustion, you're inhaling all that carbon. You know, it really gunks you up. Vaping, marginally better harm reduction, but you're also getting way higher levels of nicotine whenever you vape, and so you might actually be making yourself more addicted to nicotine by switching to vaping. Honestly, what really helped me quit nicotine is I just got really annoyed with it because I really hated being beholden to a substance. I hated the fact that I was feeling anxious about where my little plastic hot vapor device was. I was just like, this is stupid. I was just like, I'm over this. I don't like feeling anxiety knowing where this piece of plastic is. I don't like that a substance makes me feel that way. Like, oh, I need to make sure I have it before I leave the house. Oh, I'm running out. I'm gonna have to go get a new one. I hated it. Hated that feeling. Like, I just want to live, you know? I don't want to think about it. How are we feeling this holiday? Are we hanging in there? I find nicotine to be the least harmful thing to be addicted to. As far as like damage that it does to you in being addicted to it, nicotine is that is true. Nicotine is, you know, it's not good for you, but it's the least bad for you. I just really didn't like the feeling it would give me whenever I was like, oh, I'm running out. Or like you misplace it and you're like, oh my God, where is it? Or like, I hated that feeling about something that was just so silly. It's like, oh, imagine describing it to an alien. An alien comes down in their UFO and they're like, hey, what's this planet all about? Tell me about it. And you're like, oh yeah, I have this piece of plastic that I carry around, and it superheats this like this nicotine liquid, and then it gives me a buzz for like 3 seconds, and then I gotta do another one. And if I lose it, I get really fucking pissed. They're like, oh, interesting. Also, it tastes like mango. I think I'm more afraid of how I'll be without nicotine. Maybe. Maybe. You might find yourself to be a little bit irritable if you're quitting. That's to be expected. It's only just for the short term, though. It's not a long-term irritability. Imagine Imagine a UFO comes down and they're like, hey, do you want to ride in the spaceship? And you're like, oh yeah, sure. Oh shit, I gotta make sure I bring my vape first, though. Like, that's how addictive nicotine is. You could be about to get on a spaceship with some aliens and you're like, hold on. Where's my strawberry flavored hot vapor? Can't go anywhere without it. By the way, do you guys mind if I vape in here? You guys mind if we stop by the smoke shop? I'm burning coil over here. I went to Romania and there they sold unflavored vapes. And I was dumbfounded. They said the flavor is harmful, not the rest, so you learn stuff. I mean, the additives and stuff that they add to give it flavor probably aren't things that you want superheated inside of your lungs. Just saying, some random ass chemical that resembles the flavor of mango probably isn't something that you want to superheat and then put into your alveoli. But I'm not a doctor. I'm just assuming. To my understanding, part of the danger of vaping is that since you have to heat that coil up and you're inhaling all of that hot coil, you get like these tiny little fragments of metal that will flake off of the coil, and then you will inhale these microscopic metal particles and they get stuck in your lungs. Alright, I asked how we were doing with the holidays. Sunnybit says not coping with the stress as well this year. Is there anything that we can do to make today a little bit better? You know, when we have the understanding that this holiday is just not going to be that great, this holiday is just going to kind of suck, it's not going to be ideal. You know, maybe I'm not able to see the people I want to see, maybe I'm not on the best of terms with those people. Maybe I'm financially strapped. You know, there's a lot of different things to be stressed about in a holiday season. And it's okay. If it's gonna be rough, just acknowledge that. But still try to make the best of it. Even if it's just taking a moment to have a cup of hot chocolate and to watch your favorite holiday film. Even if it's just something like that. Weird calm before the storm feeling. Yeah, I feel like that's a reason why a lot of people are feeling bummed out. I feel like a lot of people are feeling bummed out in general this holiday season. I would say on average, people are probably a little bit more stressed than they otherwise would be. We're like, well, here we go again. Here we go again. My amygdala is fried, brother. My amygdala is fried, brother. Brother, my amygdala. Brother, my amygdala, brother. It is fried. You know, I put together some slides on my holiday survival guide. I've got a couple different parts. The first part was why the holidays are challenging. This kind of goes into all of the reasons why the holidays are stressful. We've got part 2, which is managing holiday stress. And then part 3 is cultivating holiday joy. If we were to revisit one today, which one would you prefer? Should we take it to a vote? I'm about to go to a Christmas Eve dinner. Any advice to be feminine but discreetly? I'm glad that you thought of me whenever you thought of who could tell me about being discreet but also feminine. Just try your best to be mindful and demure, I suppose. I feel like this one might not be in my wheelhouse. What I would say is be you and be genuine. That is what I would suggest. Whatever you choose to be it genuinely. Merry Christmas, American people. Hey, how are those moose meatballs? Those are your meatballs that got posted. Smokahana's posted a halal Christmas. You had Wellington too? You also had a beef Wellington? Nice. I also made beef Wellington. This looks pretty good. This also looks very British. This looks very British. Prime rib. There is not a drop of gravy on this. And also that is the thickest asparagus I have ever seen. Woo! 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 That asparagus. Woo! It's got some girth. There is not a drop of jus. There is not a schmicken of gravy. There's not even a pat of butter on that roll. This is too dry. This is criminally dry. I'm hoping that this was treated appropriately. Like, this is how it should look. Get some gravy on there. It's the best part. Raw? No, it's just prime rib. Prime rib is slow cooked and it comes out very pink. That does not mean it's raw. It is, that is how it's supposed to look. If you have prime rib and it's brown, you just wasted a lot. Prime rib's expensive. Prime rib, how much is an entire prime rib? It weighs about 16 pounds at prime rib. The one at Costco, at least, it weighs 16 pounds, and this thing probably costs $20 a pound. That thing's probably 250 bucks. If you cook that thing until it was brown, you have just wasted all that money. You have just created beef jerky. Oh, you meant, okay, yeah, I thought you were talking, okay, yeah. I'm like, this needs gravy. Needs gravy. This was the Wellington I made. I thought it came out looking pretty tasty. So shout out to anybody who had to put a beef Wellington together this holiday season. It's not easy. I didn't take a picture of my plate. I made a red wine gravy for my prime rib. Or not my prime rib, for my beef Wellington. I cooked down an entire bottle of red wine and made a very tasty gravy. This lovely, like, maroon hue. I want to make a Wellington sometime. It's fun. The thing about Wellington is, if you want to try Wellington, you've never made a Wellington before, you can make an individual size one. I would suggest doing that. I made a big one because I had to serve a lot of people, but it's a lot more manageable to just make like an individual sized Wellington. That is so much. Look at all that filling. Oh my god, that's a little excessive. Ugh. Also, you can use different cuts of beef to do a Wellington. Normally, a Wellington is done with the fillet. It's very, like when I made mine, we got the whole fillet from Costco. It was massive. Huge. Huge. I would say Wellington is something to try at least once. Is the meat inside a mignon? A filet mignon, it's a cut of the filet. So like if you were to cut it into like this shape, you would call it a filet mignon. Also, the word in French means like dear or beloved. So it's basically just a word that's saying like, this is a small, cute piece of meat. That's what mignon means. Like, aw, that's a cute little steak. I have Christmas at my fiance's mom's house. She does our taxes, so she knows how much we make. I protested, but it felt wrong not to support their small business. And his mom makes comments on our financial situation. We are fine, we don't ever beg for money, and we pay our own bills. What can I say, or what can I say or my fiance to let her know that it's rude? I don't appreciate you commenting on my financial situation. Sometimes you just have to be direct with people. Sometimes you have to just let them know, hey, don't do that. But in a nice way. Also, maybe find somebody else to do your taxes, because that does sound like a little bit of a boundary. Like, I would feel weird having somebody from, especially if they're gonna use it to be nosy. I feel scared to say that. Well, then I think that means it's important to say, because you don't want to be locked into this situation out of fear. You could just let them know, I appreciate your concern, but we're okay. I don't feel comfortable talking about this with you. Is there anything else that we could talk about instead? That's what I would do. That's my way of redirecting and diffusing. You would straight up ask why she's so interested, but you're confrontational. Yeah, that would be a way to escalate it. Like, are you gonna give me money? Are you offering me money? Is that why you're asking? Well, no. All right, then let's not talk about it. You can bring it up again if you're offering me money. Then we'll talk about it. Just why? Because they're nosy. Because they can't help themselves. I was the B&E this morning. I am dressed like a burglar, aren't I? The thing about dressing like a burglar is nobody's gonna suspect you because you're dressed like a burglar. They're gonna think, nah, that's too obvious. Joke's on them. I got a big bag with a $sign painted on the side. People never stop me. They just say, oh, he just must be on his way to a costume party. He's going as a burglar. You're right, and it's very invasive to have her do our taxes. LOL, I can't stand it. I would say it's fine to have that boundary, you know? Like, having somebody that's in your family root around through your finances, that can be unnecessarily stressful, especially if they're not gonna be respectful about it. If they're just gonna use that information against you. You know, I could understand if they were actually trying to be helpful or, you know, like, what types of things are they doing? Like, what types of things are they saying, you know? So I would just say, like, if they're trying to be helpful, I would be like, you know, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I don't feel comfortable talking about that with you. My recommendation is if there's a topic that you don't want to talk about, let them know that you're not comfortable talking about it, and then ask them, is there anything else that you'd rather talk about? You know, put it back on their court, you know, just be like, hey, what would you rather talk about instead? Have you seen Wicked? What'd you think of Wicked? Just ask him a question about something else. Like, oh, is that new? That thing you've got over there on that table? Is that new? Where'd you get that from? I mean, I think it would also be important to be like, you know, I appreciate your concern. If I have any questions, I'll come to you. Just let them know, like, I don't want to talk about my finances with you right now, but if I have any questions, I know where to find you. You know, I feel like that's a good way to, like, de-escalate the situation. Instead of being like, hey, you know, being all up in their face and, like, no, just be like, yeah, I'd rather not. If I have any questions, though, I'll come to you. Because they're probably just trying to be helpful, and they probably aren't aware that they're being a little bit invasive and a little bit insensitive. I appreciate the input. If I have any questions, I will come to you. That's my tried and true way of changing the subject about things I don't want to talk about. Let them know I appreciate your input. Because just think about it. I don't think that they're coming from anywhere evil. I don't think that they're trying to be like, I don't think that that's what they're trying to do. I think that they're trying to just be helpful. But they're not really doing it in a very aware way. There doesn't sound like they're being very sensitive. And so I would just let them know, like, hey, I appreciate your input. If I have any questions, I'll come to you, but I'd rather not talk about it right now, if that's okay. Just a little bit of flattery. Just just a little bit of flattery in there can really help to de-escalate a situation. Do you understand or can you explain the psychology behind the media? The media. Just in general? Just the media? Okay. Do I understand? I think so. To the best of my ability, I think I do. But I don't even think that people who work in the media fully understand the media. All right. The media. For the sake of this question, I'm assuming that you're referring to mainstream news media. I'm not going to get into the entire media. I'm not going to get into like books and television shows and movies and art and I feel like because all of those things are media, but I think what you're referring to here is more along the lines of the mainstream news media. The psychology of the mainstream news media is people like to stay in the know. They like to know when things like if something happens, they want to learn about it as soon as they can. Also, people have an inherent bias towards negative things. Tragedies generate more news presence than successes. Good stuff tends to not do so well in the news. However, bad news really gets passed around. And the people who work in the media know that, and they will encourage people to, visit those articles, or they will, pump more advertising revenue into, conflict generating stories. And so what ends up happening in a 24-hour news cycle, people constantly slugging it out over these issues, and it's generating ad money because controversy is content. More people are interested in showing up and looking because, people like to admire a train wreck. People like to turn their head when they're going down the, you get stuck in traffic and you finally get to the part where it's like, oh, there's an accident right here. Of course, you're going to be like, oh, wow. That whole truck flipped over. Oh, wow. All right, and then you go on about your day. The media has a very deep understanding of human psychology, and the media will use your psychology against you in order to get your attention. It'll take advantage of your suggestibility. It'll take advantage of your cognitive biases, anchoring bias, recency bias, confirmation bias. And so they know that. They know how to get your attention. They know how to hold your attention, and it's all very formulaic. And what's ended up happening is that news media today feels very detached. It feels kind of robotic. It feels formulaic. And that's because that's just where their product has come to. It's just kind of that's where it is now. And so I feel like people are getting bored of the mainstream stuff, and a lot more people are branching out into alternative outlets for news and media because it feels more personalized. Media wants to appeal to as many people as possible, and when you want to appeal to as many people as possible, the end results are typically, sometimes kind of boring. They're just designed to be widely appealing. But yeah, they want to make money. They want to sell stuff. They also want to help control the narrative. You know, the wealthy people who own the media outlets, they might suppress certain stories that reflect their class, you know, the ruling class, the capitalists. You know, they might not showcase stories that portray them in a bad light. So just be mindful of who owns the news that you're reading. They want people to be divided. They want there to be a class war so that we're not... No. They want there to be a culture war. They want there to be a culture war so that we're distracted from the class war. The class war is the only war that actually matters. The haves versus the have-nots. You know what I've started saying to people who might politically disagree with me is I just will remind them there's no war but the class war, brother. If you are talking to somebody who is, you know, on the opposite side of the political spectrum from you, just start talking about how much you hate billionaires. And if they start simping for billionaires, if they start simping for Elon Musk, you can call him a bootlicker. Or delusional. I typically stay away from calling people delusional for the sake of, not because I don't know what delusional means, but because the other person might not really understand what I mean when I say that they're being delusional. It's the 0.01% versus the 99.9%. It's true. It's true. And they're having a much harder time keeping that under wraps. They're trying really hard for us to ignore that. And it's not working. It's becoming less and less effective. So, good. Should we revisit the holiday survival guide? We've got 3. Why the holidays are challenging, managing holiday stress, and cultivating holiday joy. I think we'll revisit, but I'm going to run a poll. I'm going to let you vote. I know that they're backwards up here. Hold on, I can actually reverse that. I just have to open this one. Then open this one. Now they're in order. So do me a favor, take a vote. I'm gonna go fill up my coffee. We do a little poll. part would you like to see? Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Part 2 is all about managing holiday stress. So Part 2 is going to be more about like, okay, here's what's going on. Here's how you can make that better. Part 3 is more about how do we start a new tradition? You know, Part 3 is about how do I, make the holiday a better time? Looks like 3 is in the lead. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Look at me, Twitch partnered. Speedrun all of them. I could. That's also an option. Get some coffee. Looks like part 3 is the winner. Part 3 it is. Took me a minute longer than I anticipated. I had to brew some more coffee. Alrighty, part 3 it is. Part 3 it is. Sucks that the LFSF misogynists are after her today. My advice is to just ignore them. They're lonely, angry, miserable people. Just ignore them. They've clearly got nothing better to do around the holiday. See you later, 15. Thanks for coming by. Happy Christmas. Let's revisit the Holiday Survival Guide. Part 3, Cultivating Holiday Joy. Also made myself a little snack. What does cultivating mean? To acquire, to grow something, to build something, essentially. It's mostly a term you used in like the growing of a plant. You know, it means to acquire something over a span of time. But also to tend to look after, to nurture. Let me see what the word is in Swedish. Now I'm curious.
Odla.
Okay. You're gonna pass your English test? I'm gonna fail my Swedish test. I haven't been studying. The holiday season. This is a time of year that is often associated with happiness and togetherness, but it doesn't always feel that way for everybody. Challenges in our life, societal expectations, changes in life circumstances, stress, this can all make joy feel just out of reach. So the goal of this presentation is to empower you to take control of your holiday experience by creating personal joy and meaning no matter your circumstances. This was probably the best one to watch today. We're following the wisdom of the crowd today. So let's talk about it. It's Christmas Eve, perfect time. Let's start off by redefining our idea of holiday joy. Having a good holiday does not mean that it needs to fit into a picture-perfect narrative. You know, it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. Not every single thing has to be there in order to make it special. The true joy is what comes from that connection that you feel with the people and the things that matter most to you. Whether that is time for quiet reflection, practicing meaningful traditions, time spent doing what you love, or time spent with people that you love. If you're looking to feel more joy this holiday season, I would recommend practicing gratitude, because gratitude is a way to enhance your feelings of joy. By taking time to notice the good in your life, this will help to shift your focus away from what might be missing. We want to pay attention to the present. It's the holiday season. Pay attention to the present. We are able to fuel our joy by being authentic. Align your holiday choices with your values rather than the societal expectations or those pressures that you're facing. If you want to be more deeply satisfied, do things that are authentically meaningful to you. If your holiday tradition is eating a pizza and binging your favorite Christmas movies, or whether it's doing something a bit more fancy, just make sure that it's authentically you. You know, that doesn't sound like a bad holiday tradition, you know, just eating and watching all of the Lord of the Rings movies. So, a question for you for a little bit of reflection. What is something that brings you genuine joy during this time of year? Even if it's something small. What is something that brings you genuine joy during this time of year? I do love wrapping presents. What about it? What is something that brings you genuine joy during this time of year? One of the things that brings me genuine joy is revisiting some of my favorite holiday films. There's certain movies that I like to watch every season. Prayer and watching the Jesus Story. Amen. Like wrapping presents because it reminds you of origami. Do you do origami? Origami sounds like a fun hobby. That sounds like a hobby I could get into. I used to do it when I was younger. Loved folding things. Alright, I'm giving you time to think about this question, but I would like to hear your answers. What brings you genuine joy during this time of year? I want to hear it. Whether it's a specific song, it's a specific food, a specific film, a specific person. Something that brings you genuine joy. I'm holding you all hostage until you answer this question. You've reached a joy checkpoint. I need you to tell me what makes you happy. Halt. Probably gonna watch A Year Without Santa Claus tonight. That movie does the trick. Yeah, those old claymation, or they're not like clay. I don't know if they're clay. They're like stop motion. Those movies always give a good nostalgic kick. The ones I like to watch every single year: Home Alone and Home Alone 2. Home Alone, the first one, is a great film. The second one, they take everything about the first one that was good and they ramp it up. Now that's a sequel. I would say that Home Alone 2 is one of the rare instances in which a sequel can outshine the original in some ways. They just took everything that was good about the first one and ramped it right up. So, what's your favorite Christmas movie? I'm waiting for more answers to this question. I need you to tell me what brings you holiday joy. Even if it's just something little. I don't need to hear the most joyful thing. I don't need to hear that. I just want something that brings you a speck of joy in the holiday season. As long as it gives you a little bit, that's what counts. Food, I guess. I'm gonna need you to use that big old brain of yours, okay? And just really think about this one. Come on. One of the things that brings me genuine joy during the holiday season is giving gifts. I like to give gifts. I didn't really have the means to give very many gifts this year, but I was able to give a few. I prioritized the little ones in the family. Another thing that brings me joy during the holiday season, I guess I'm giving you examples. That would help. You know, I thought you'd be able to answer this question, but here we are. So I'll give you some examples. I love making some good food around the holiday season. You know, before we go all gung-ho on the diet or the exercise, or we start hitting the gym after the first of the year, new year, new me, The holiday is a good time to just have that last hurrah. Just really pack it on for the winter. At least that's the way I see it. Because I will tell you, there have been winters where I was pretty thin, and there are winters where I am more thick. It's much easier to deal with the cold when you got a little bit of layer of protection. So I don't mind gaining a little bit of weight during the holiday season. It helps to keep me insulated. Plus it gives me something to do when spring comes around. Sit-ups. Decorating for the holiday also brings me joy during the holiday season. Something that brought me joy during the holiday season as well would be cooking. You know, I made that beef Wellington, and even though it was a task, because making beef Wellington, it's a task, all right? Just being honest, it's an ordeal. But it's worth the work. That's why you do it for the holiday. I think the thing I enjoy most about the holidays is hanging with family and friends. They may drive me crazy, but I love them. Cheers to that. You're really antsy when I have a good gift for someone and I need to wait for them to open it. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. When I get somebody a good gift, I'm like, I want you to open this right now, actually. Because I cannot wait. I need to see you open this gift. I need to see you open your present for me. I need it right now. Open your present. It's Christmas. I also think it's really, it's also a good way to learn how to deal with anticipation. You know, if you have anxiety, holding off on giving that present or waiting until they open it until the actual day, that's also a good way to deal with your anticipation. All right, let's continue. Let's talk about creating new traditions. Something that's really important if we want to have a more joyful holiday season is to have traditions. Traditions are important. They don't have to be rigid. They can evolve with you. You can form your own traditions. It's just about imposing a certain amount of importance to that thing. It's about treating that thing as, sacred or ceremonial. That it's important because you're making it important. That's what a tradition is. And so by forming your own traditions during the holiday season, you can find more joy during that time of year. This is how you create the holiday season that feels meaningful and uniquely yours. Let's go over some ideas for new traditions. For all of my last-minute Christmas shoppers out there who are who are in the market for some new holiday traditions. Cook yourself your favorite holiday meal, or get a treat just for you. The end of the year is also a great time for reflection on the past year, so it's a great time to do some journaling, an opportunity to talk about your hopes for the next year. These are some examples of some solo traditions. Let's talk about some shared traditions, because I feel like it's important to have both. Some traditions that are just for you, and some traditions that you can share with the people that you care about. You know, maybe you have a hard time getting together with people in person. Maybe you've got a diverse friend group and you're all over the country or all over the world even. You know, that's the power of the internet. You can have a friend group that's thousands of miles from each other. Consider hosting a virtual gathering. Talk about stuff that you did that year. Talk about your shared memories of the group, you know? Tell stories. This is some of the most fun stuff about the holidays. It's one of the things that I really like about the holidays is because I get to see my mom and I get to see, you know, my aunts and my uncle, and they tell stories about the stuff that they used to do to each other when they were children, or the things that would happen, you know, in their life or growing up. And so I get to learn more about them. I get to learn more about, you know, their history. I get to learn about my grandparents. So yeah, storytelling and sharing in memories is a great tradition for the holiday season. Try to plan small, intentional get-togethers. And focus on quality time, not perfection. You know, maybe you're just inviting somebody over to watch a movie. You're inviting somebody over to just hang out. You know, it's about connecting and taking the time and the effort in making a connection. You don't have to plan the big party. You don't have to invite every single person. Maybe just invite one person. Maybe invite 2 people. Something small but meaningful. It's the intent that really counts. Some ideas for things you can do, and these are things that you could probably... These are things where you might look at starting up for the next year. You know, you could take a challenge to yourself and maybe do some gratitude. Do something like a joy jar. So a joy jar is every day you write something that you're grateful for, and then you put it in the jar. And then at the end of the year, at the holiday, you open up the jar. And you revisit all of those things. It's a fun way to reignite all of your memories throughout the year at the holiday season. You could start a tradition of exploring something new. You could take that time, you know, it's winter, we're going to be inside more. It's a great time for watching movies. It's a great time for reading books. You could start a tradition of exploring new books, exploring new music, and sharing in that with people as well. You know, you could do a book club. You could do a movie night. Take time to engage in hobbies that encourage creative expression. Creativity is a great way to express your emotions. It's a great way to get out some of that anxious energy. So take time, you know, the winter time is a bit of a downtime for most of us. We've got a lot more time inside. It's a good time for some creative projects. It's a good time to bust out the art supplies. Let's talk about finding joy in the simple moments. And this is what it's all about in the long run. It's like, sure, there are going to be those grand moments of, really high levels of joy, those peak experiences. But the real joy in life is just those small, little, everyday instances of joy. Because those really add up. If you want to have a more joyful life, you gotta learn how to recognize those small, little, simple ways that life brings joy. A nice cup of tea, some hot chocolate, that quiet that comes from a fresh blanket of snow. You ever got outside in the morning and it snowed overnight? And there's this undisturbed layer of snow. It's kind of magical. Even small stuff like watching your favorite holiday movies, revisiting your favorite series. Joy doesn't have to be grand all the time. It's those little things. If you take the time to appreciate them, they really add up. Try to be mindful this holiday season. Stay present. Savor the good in each moment. Holiday mindfulness exercise. Notice the sights, the sounds, the smells that make the season special. My example of this would be my balsam candle. I got a candle from the store because when I smelled that candle, I was like, oh yeah, this smells like Christmas. So what smells remind you of the holiday? What sort of smells give you a pleasant sensation of the holiday? Again, recommending gratitude journaling because if you want to connect more with the joy center of your brain, gratitude is what lays the foundation. It's the paving stones on that road to joy. What are some things that you are grateful for? My mom spent the entire day bringing up my husband's suicide in front of the entire family. It sounds like she's not doing well. That doesn't sound like a very well thing to do. It sounds like she's having a hard time. How did it make you feel? I can imagine that would make me supremely uncomfortable. Grateful for my quiet, clean home. That's a nice one. If you have a hard time thinking of something that you're grateful for, that's a good sign that it's something that you should practice. The more practice you put into into gratitude, the easier it'll be to recognize things that you are grateful for. I'm telling you, gratitude is the way to know more joy in your life. It is the key. Let's talk about spreading joy to others. Acts of kindness. It's a happiness cheat code. By helping others, you create a ripple effect of joy. Not only are you doing a good thing and helping other people feel good, but it also makes you feel good. So whether it be volunteering at a local shelter or a charity, doing small acts of kindness, like sending a Christmas card or a holiday card, baking a treat, little stuff. Just showing thoughtfulness. Science shows, this is backed by science, by the way. Kindness boosts happiness for both the giver and the receiver. It's a win-win. You want to be happier in life? Go be nice to people. It'll make you happier. Grateful for this stream. I'm grateful for each and every one of you. Currently a grump. You got a little bit of that dog in you. You got some bite. That's why you're moderator material. That's why we hold you to such esteem. You got that dog in you. You love to see it. Grateful for haters too. The haters, I feel sorry for the haters. I'm like, if you hate me, you gotta be in a pretty tight spot in your life. I'm just being honest. If you hate me, of all the people in the world that you could be hating, you're hating me, you're probably in a pretty bad place. I'm just being honest. Unless you just don't know me at all and you just are completely misreading me. Like, I don't feel like I give people much ammunition to use against me. I feel like I put a lot of work into being compassionate and understanding and kind. Sometimes I can be a little bit aggressive. Sometimes I can be a bit assertive. But I feel like I give people back the energy that they give me. And so if somebody comes in here and they want to be hot, they want to go after me, it's like, all right, the kid gloves are coming off. You asked for this. Not that I want to, but it's just like, I'm giving you back your energy. That's all I'm doing. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just holding up a mirror to you and saying, this is how you're acting right now, by the way. How do you like it? It's emotional judo. The art of judo, it's a martial art. Judo is all about redirecting somebody's energy. And so that's kind of what it's like emotional judo. It's like, all right, I'm going to redirect your energy and I'm going to put it back into you so that you can feel it. Maybe then you'll get the idea. Maybe then you'll see how you are coming across to people. So when people come in here and I get a little assertive with them, maybe I get a little bit hot, I'm just trying to give them back what they're giving to me so that they can hopefully learn something. Maybe I could be more patient sometimes. Nobody's perfect. What's up in the cup? The cup. This is cup that was this is coffee that was sent by Sue's Please. It's good coffee. Gifting. Gifting is a big part of the holiday season. But the thing about gifts is that they do not have to be material gifts. They can be experiences, they can be moments, things that create a lasting memory. A holiday movie night or craft session with your friends and family. Taking the time to create a personalized playlist or a scrapbook. It really is the thought that counts. Unless you're exchanging gifts with people who are more, it's the dollar amount that counts, I'm not gonna, live life your own way. But I prefer a meaningful gift. Not that an expensive gift isn't exciting or anything, but it's also like, it's nice to see that the person was thinking about you, but also that they understand you and they took the time to think about something that they wanted to get you something that you would like. So whenever people ask me for gift ideas, what I like to say to them is, get me something that reminds you of me. When you're out shopping and you see something and it makes you think of me, get that thing. Whatever that is. Whatever it is, I don't care. I just want it to be something that made you think of me. Also, if I'm being honest, I don't know if I like things that are too expensive because I can, I'm a big boy and sometimes I get a little rough with my toys. And if I have these like small, delicate, expensive gifts, I'm just like, I don't know. Do you want to see what I got a Christmas present for myself this year? Do you want to see what I got? Oh, it's over there. I got some new camping tools. I can find a good picture of it. It's this. I got this camping set from Costco. Came with a knife, an axe, and a foldable saw. It also came with little sheaths for all of them. It was my Christmas gift to myself. Merry Christmas. I love outdoor gear. I love camping. I want to do a lot more camping next year. Honestly, with the economy the way that it is, camping can be cheap and very fun. I'm gonna miss getting pricey gifts, not gonna lie. See, my thing about pricey gifts is that I would feel even worse if I broke it or if I lost it or misplaced it. I'd feel terrible. I'd be like, fuck, that was a lot of money. I like my things to be not cheap, but also like good quality. I like to find that medium point where it's just like, it's not gonna be flimsy. It's not just gonna be something I'm gonna have to throw away and replace in a year. But I don't want it to be like so expensive that I don't even want to take it out. I don't even want to use it. I'm just like, I want to put it on a shelf and look at it, be like, oh, this was $300. Look at that thing. We don't touch it though. It was expensive. Because I just know the cat's gonna knock it off or this, something's gonna happen to it. Cat's gonna break it. Dog's gonna try to eat it. Let's take some time to talk about self-compassion. Today, tomorrow, the rest of the year, be gentle with yourself, alright? It's the holiday. You've earned a break. You can get back to beating yourself up after the new year. Right now we're on holiday, so be gentle with yourself. Brazil? Oh. I would love to be a big streamer in Brazil. I would love to come to Brazil. Bienvenido. Bienvenido. Whenever they opened up new League of Legends servers in Brazil, we played on those for a little while because we actually got better ping on those servers because they were new. We got better ping on the Brazilian servers than we did on the North American servers because League of Legends, their servers sucked ass back then. This was like 10 years ago. Whenever the Brazilian servers originally opened, we were playing on the Brazilian servers, and whenever you would log in, the announcer was obviously in Portuguese and be like, Bienvenido, Summoner's Rift. It was so sick. Do you still play League? Oh God, no. Oh God, no. Oh no, no. Be gentle with yourself, alright? Let go of that pressure to create a perfect holiday. If your holiday's just not gonna be that good, accept that. But try to make it the best you can with what you've got. That's what it's all about. It's okay to feel a mix of emotions right now. Recognizing and accepting those feelings is a part of self-care. Self-care is really important because this is one of the things that can lead us into a more joyful life. Take time for downtime. Take time to do absolutely nothing. Holidays are overwhelming. Even if you're not doing a lot of things, they're still sensorily overwhelming. Or maybe you've got a lot of errands to run. Maybe you got a lot of stuff to do. Maybe you got a lot of people to see. Maybe you got a lot of gifts to wrap. Got a lot of shopping to do. Got a lot of cooking to do. Cleaning. All those holiday songs everywhere. It can be overwhelming. Sensory overload. So prioritize rest. Be nice to yourself. Show yourself some kindness. Whether indulging in something you enjoy or simply giving yourself permission to relax. In conclusion, joy does not come from doing more or from meeting expectations. It comes from creating meaning in what you choose to do. I'll let that one just soak in for a minute. Joy comes from creating meaning in what you choose to do. Creating meaning in what you choose to do. So you're doing it mindfully, you're doing it with intent. Whether it's, getting cozy and watching a movie and eating some junk food, holiday treats. The holidays are yours to shape. Whether it's through taking time for quiet moments, self-reflection, making new traditions, engaging in acts of kindness, you have the power to create joy. That's something I really want you to recognize. You have the power to create joy. And you might be thinking, what is this guy talking about? He doesn't know me. He doesn't know my life. It's true, I don't. But I know that you have the potential. I know you have it in you. I know you have what it takes. Don't let your despair determine your truth. This holiday season is a great time to let go of what does not serve you any longer. If you don't need it, you can let it go. It's also a great time to embrace the things that bring you peace, happiness, and fulfillment. Imagine turning that into a holiday tradition, taking the time during the holiday season. It's the end of the year, it's a good time to let stuff go. The things that no longer serve you. This is one of the things I'm going to do after the holidays. I'm going to go through my wardrobe. I'm going to go through all my old clothes. Get rid of the stuff that I've just gotten a little bit too thick for. Your boy's been packing on some cake, so it's time to let go of the skinny jeans. But just think about turning the holiday season into a time of letting go of the things you don't need anymore and embracing what really matters, the things that bring you peace and fulfillment and happiness. Remember that the greatest gift you can give yourself is the freedom to celebrate in a way that feels right for you. And that's it. That's presentation number 3, Cultivating Holiday Joy. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? Feelings? By the way, Twitch partner now. By the way, in case you missed it, Twitch partner now. Look at me, Mr. Twitch partner. Just look at that right there. Look at that. Just look at that right there. We made it. We made it. We did it. Got a check mark. Now I can go into the partner lounge. I can finally go to the partner lounge at TwitchCon. I don't have to stay outside while all of my friends go inside. Finally. Really enjoyed the presentation. I'll be hosting Christmas with my parents tomorrow and been finding joy and motivation in cleaning the place to make them comfy. Period. I think turning like maintenance and tidying up and, you know, those types of things into viewing it with the same significance as giving a gift. It can help you to feel more satisfied in doing those things. It's like, I'm cleaning my house because I'm giving myself the gift of a clean house. I've been a good boy and I deserve to have a clean house, so I'm going to give it to myself. Thanks, this helped. Do we have any questions or thoughts? How are we feeling? A little bit. My goal here is for you to feel empowered. I would like for you to feel a bit more empowered in having a good holiday, or just making the best of the holiday that you've got, you know? That's what it's all about. We're not gonna let perfect get in the way of good. It's like, sure, it's not the perfect holiday, but it's my holiday. So I'm gonna make it as good as I can for me and for the people I care about. In my book, a big win. W. Add another W to the W book. I didn't eat anything yet today, that's why I'm grumpy, but I ordered soup. Could you just do me a favor and write this on a sticky note? Could you just do me a favor and write this on a sticky note and stick it somewhere? Put it on your monitor, put it on your calendar. Could you just do me a favor and, You know, maybe print this out and... If you're feeling out of sorts, this is a great little way to check in with yourself. The first thing you want to rule out is, am I hungry? Because it's like those Stickers commercials really say. It's true. You know, you're not you when you're hungry. I need a tattoo of that. Get it with the emojis on there too, just for reference. You need the one where it's like, I've never not at least one of those. Well, then have a snack or a nap or go to karate. Karate will help with the angry and the lonely. Thinking what I want to do with myself instead of just wandering around here. Anything coming to mind? Any ideas? One of my favorite things to do when I need to make up my mind is to meditate on a question. You know, I meditate on that decision. And then the one that just keeps coming back to me, or the one that I keep returning to, that's the one that I normally end up going with. Done some nice things, and you deserved to have those nice things done. It was a nice gift to give yourself this holiday season. The gift of a job well done. Gonna go outside and be aware of my 5 senses. Nice. Just go out and just let it in. I like to do it even when it's a little bit cold, you know? Sometimes when it's cold is my favorite time to do it. I like to get a little bit of cold exposure, but I'm not like one of those weirdos who will go and do like ice baths and stuff. I'm like, if that's your thing, no shade. No, like that's like more power to you. Have fun in your ice bath. Not really my thing. But one thing that I'll like to do, like in the mornings when I'm letting the dogs out or something, if it's cold outside, I'll just like walk out in my shorts. I sleep in a pair of shorts. And I'll just go out there in my shorts and just enjoy the cold for a moment. I'm forced into the cold every morning when I walk my dog. You're building resilience. Now imagine if you learned to enjoy it. Remember when we were talking about kinks earlier? And we talked about how some people will develop kinks as a way of gaining power over a thing. You know, a feeling or a trauma or something. They'll use it as a way of, you know, controlling their narrative. Be like, haha, actually that thing pleases me. I actually enjoy it. You can do that with cold. Like, you can learn to love the cold. You can learn to love things that you might not originally interpret as pleasurable. You know, like running, working out. You know, these things are things that you can learn to like. I guess what I'm trying to get at is your body has a very impressive capacity to learn to like stuff that you might not like originally. Like, think about an acquired taste. Like people who drink whiskey, they're like, boot leather. And you're like, is that supposed to taste? It tastes like, oh yeah, it tastes like a grandpa's shoe, but also like a tree. And you're like, is it supposed to taste like that? And they're like, yes, actually. That is what it's supposed to taste like. It's supposed to taste like leather and wood. And you're like, oh, okay. Well, like, you can learn to like it, you can learn to appreciate it, and that goes for pretty much any type of sensory input. This is not just limited to your taste. This can also be physical sensations, this can be temperature sensations. You can learn to love the cold, you can learn to love the heat. But it's about taking the time to expose yourself and to rewire your brain so that it doesn't feel like something you want to avoid, it feels like something you would rather embrace. Hi all, hope you're feeling well and peaceful and loved. Yes, thank you. I hope you're feeling peaceful and loved as well. I am feeling peaceful and loved. All things considered, had a pretty good holiday season. Had 2 successful holiday get-togethers with both sides of the family, and you know, I'm just taking today and tomorrow to just hang out, stream a bit, wear my pajamas, watch some Christmas movies. Can't really complain. Now I'm gonna learn to like my time alone, find joy in it. You know? It's an important thing to learn how to do. We don't need loneliness, but that doesn't mean that we need to be alone. It's also important to learn how to be comfortable when you're on your own. You know, sometimes you gotta go do your hermit on the mountain thing, and then you come back to the civilized world and you can share all of the stuff that you learned when you were up there meditating on the mountain. Oh, hello, CJ Dewey. Hello, thank you for the love. We love you as well. I will speak for the group. I've noticed that sometimes when I wake up from naps, my heart is racing and it feels like a panic attack is coming in. I think it's more common when I'm extremely exhausted. I usually feel half awake when these symptoms come on. Any idea why this happens? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I got an idea. The act of waking up is inherently, biologically stressful. When you wake up, you spike your cortisol, which is the stress hormone. And that is because it is your brain trying to get you up. It's going to give you a little bit of stress. Now, this might not feel especially stressful, but it can if it is in high amounts. So you have to consider the context of the nap. There's that sort of disorientation that comes from waking up from an afternoon nap. You're like, wait, what time is it? Was I asleep? Oh yeah, I was asleep. you're kind of like coming back into yourself. You're like, hold on, where am I? It's in that disorientated state when you're coming back online, and you've also got a shot of cortisol because you're waking up. My recommendation is to just lay there, give your body a moment. Give your body a moment. Let your soul snap back into your into your body. Like you were up here, man. You were up here. Like you gotta come back down to earth. Can your brain be addicted to cortisol? It wouldn't be addicted to cortisol in the same way that you would be addicted to like something else. It would be the response that cortisol creates that you would become addicted to. So it's like, what is the cortisol making you do? What is the cortisol like motivating you to do? That would be more addictive than the cortisol itself. Is it like, is that high level of cortisol like putting you in exciting situations? Is it making you do stuff? It's not the same as like adrenaline. Adrenaline, I would say, is probably a bit more habit forming than cortisol would be, because adrenaline's like, oh, fuck yeah, brother. I'm gonna ride my bike down a mountain. Feeling disorientated is a big trigger for me. Well, and I think you solved the mystery. I think you solved the mystery. It's that feeling of being disconnected, being unfamiliar with yourself. I would say if you're gonna take a nap, you know, have something there that can tell you what time it is. Maybe put on some peaceful music in the background so when you wake up, it's not like just weird ambient noise. It's more like something more controlled and peaceful. Make sure you got a clock on hand so you can see what time it is. Try to wake up gradually. This is gonna sound weird, but just trust me on this one. Practice waking up. Go lay down for a few minutes, but don't fall asleep. Just lay down until you start feeling rested. Or like, maybe I could take a nap if I continued to lay here. Just go get comfy. Just lay there. And then get back up. As if you were waking up. Practice exposing yourself to that, because it's going to be similar to actually waking up. It's going to be a little bit different because, you know, you're not doing a full reboot. You're just doing a partial reboot. So there is a way that you could expose yourself to that by, you know, essentially practicing it to get more comfortable with it. And then I think also understanding why you feel that way is also really important. Because there's a mental connection there. But it's something that you can desensitize yourself to. It's up to you if you want to do the exposure. That's your choice. But I think just understanding the nature of the situation is also helpful. You might not have to actively practice it. You could write yourself a note ahead of time, like in Memento. Ever seen Memento? Write yourself a little note, like, "Dear me, it's okay. You're waking up from a nap. You're not late for anything. Love, past me." Write yourself a little note, and then when you wake up, you'll be like, "Oh yeah, A letter from me. Like, hey, don't worry. You're in good hands. Like, oh, thank God. Well, it's gonna be that time. It's time for me to go figure out what to make for dinner. Also, these dogs need to be let outside. Can you hear them? Can you hear them back there? Dogs? It's a little dark. Can't really see them. Dogs, hello? You're too short. Come up here. Get taller. I'll give some of those a shot. Keep us posted. Keep us posted. I have all sorts of ideas. No, I would say it's kind of normal to have that sort of jarring wake up when you wake up from a nap, because it's like you're kind of half faded and you're like, wait, did I miss something? What day is it? Did I fall asleep? Is it morning? How long have I been out for? And you're coming online and you're trying to solve all these questions. You're just like, I feel underprepared. I feel like I'm taking a quiz, but I didn't study. It's like, give yourself a few minutes to wake up if possible. I would say just check the time. You know what you gotta do that day. Just check the time. If you're late for something, you'll probably know. So I would just say, whenever you wake up, whether it be from a nap or in the morning, give yourself a few moments to just come back into your body. Just remember, if you were in a situation where you were comfortable enough to fall asleep, unless you're late for something, I mean, and like, to be fair, it's like, you probably wouldn't be laying down taking a nap if you were, on a time crunch and you had somewhere to be. Like, oh yeah, I gotta be somewhere in 3 hours. Set a timer. Sometimes what I'll do instead of taking a full-on nap is I'll just lay there for 20-30 minutes with my eyes closed, and then I'll just get back up. I'll just let myself rest. It's kind of like a meditative trance. TBH, I had motives for popping by. There were 2 main struggles I talked about here, my work and my relationship with my mum. My mom passed 2 days ago. Some of the tips you gave me really helped me calmer towards her this last year. I'm still totally devastated, of course, that she's gone, but also peaceful. Sorry to hear about your mom. She wasn't having fun anymore. She's at peace now. She is. And I'm the type of person to believe that, we don't go anywhere. Like, our mortal selves, our bodies, the bodies we inhabit, those are temporary, those are impermanent, but there's something, I carry those people with me. The people that I've lost along the way, I carry them with me. I feel like they haven't gone. They're still looking out for me. I'm getting in contact with her friends and family and hearing so much from them, the things she never told me, how proud she was of me. If you're proud of somebody in your life, tell them, I feel like when we look back on our lives, and we have, those end-of-life regrets, we're probably going to regret not saying more kind things. Letting people know how we really feel about them, how they've really impacted us, just how much we care about them. That's the stuff that we're gonna wish that we did more of. I don't think that we're gonna look back on our life and be like, I wish I was meaner to people. And if you are, I'm probably a little bit concerned. I'm lucky the last thing we said to each other was we loved each other. That's good. That's good. You know, even if you said it the way you said it, that's what you said. A lot of people get really caught up on the last thing that they say to a person that they lose. A lot of people get, you know, especially if they, like, something tragic happens, you know, like you get into a fight with somebody and then they get into a car wreck and you never are able to, like, make amends. A lot of people will get really hung up on that last thing that they said to somebody before they lost them. This is why you should tell people that you love them more. You know, just as a precaution, you know, you never know what can happen. You never know what your last words are gonna be. Very few people get to pick. Very few people get to pick what their last words to somebody will be. So try to say more good ones, I guess. Thank you for helping me find a better relationship with her towards the end. Thank you for making it happen. You know, I did whatever I did, but you did the real work, so thank you for doing it. I'm just like some guy, you know? I'm just like a dude. But together, we are powerful. Through our solidarity. All right, everybody, I'm gonna go make dinner. Happy Christmas Eve. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll be here for Christmas. We'll have a Christmas special. The budget wasn't here this year for the Christmas special. I wanted there to be puppets. I wanted there to be a set. Unfortunately, it just wasn't in the budget this year for the Brain Domain Christmas special. But anyway... You helped me not respond so impulsively in anger. That was huge. I may have lit the way, but you took the steps. That's what I will say. It was a team effort. If I'm being honest, you did the hard work. What I did was much easier. You actually had to do the thing. Alrighty, everybody. Have a great night. Do something special for yourself. Watch your favorite movie. Have your favorite snack. You know, maybe call a friend. Hop in a Discord call with somebody. You know, do what feels right for you. I'll be back tomorrow. Have a fantastic night. Have a Merry Christmas. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Later, everybody. Bye-bye. Happy ho-ho holidays. Gonna go make quesadillas and play Stardew Valley. That's my plan for the holiday.
Ho ho! It's me, Santa.
Oh my god, Santa, it's you. You're real.
I am real. And you've been a good boy this year, Papa B.
Why are you calling me Papa B, Santa? That's kind of weird. You're so old.
What do you mean, Santa? You being ageist?
I'm sorry, Santa. I think we got off on the wrong foot here.
Oh, it's okay. You're still on the nice list.
Oh, well, thank you. I try my best.